Well, welcome to FMK Anime. I'm your host, Meep, joined by my co-host, Makan and Dal. Say hello.
Ha!
Good intro, Makan. Hi, everyone. Dalaran Quest here. As always, thank you guys for joining us. For those of you catching us on the VODs or on YouTube, check us out live on twitch.tv/Dalaran Quest. That's DALARON Quest. That being said, normally we are live Mondays, and I think going forward we should be good. We should be good back to that. You can catch us live Mondays at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, is what I was trying to say. However, for those of you catching us live, you may see that we're doing this not on Monday, and that is because I had my second COVID shot and I crashed. So, if I sound groggy, if you hear a grunt or a groan from me, just know it's because during my shivers and shakes, I pinched a nerve in my spine, and that hurts like fucking hell. And so, apologies for any distorted audio or random grunts. Just know that it is because I'm in pain.
Yes, don't worry, he is not getting stream head.
Stream
Fucking
ad.
damn it, Meep.
Listen, I've been waiting for that for fucking too long.
God, you saved this since Monday, didn't you? You fucking bastard.
Yes.
Son of a bitch!
I didn't know I was supposed to introduce myself there, but I feel like I should probably do it as well. Hi, I'm Mackin. I'm a denizen of the internet, professional shitbag, and I'm here to talk about anime with all y'all. If you are desperate to find me somewhere, you can find me at dat_Viking on Twitter, where I repost possums, and that's about it.
Yeah, I guess I should probably do an intro as well. Catch me at Dalaran Quest on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. Now Twitter. Still, I feel like I could still say it's a new Twitter. Um, and yeah, I have a voice reel. It's up on my YouTube. You guys should check it out. Maybe give it a share. That would be legitimately appreciated.
Isn't it also on your Twitter?
It is on my Twitter. I think it's
I'm
my
a
pinned
retweet
post.
right now.
Yay. Thank you.
You can find me on Twitter at soul_king777, where you can see me posting porn, or retweeting porn, or telling artists how much I like their porn. It's pretty much a pornography account, so don't follow unless you're over 18. If you're under 18, I'll find you and become your stepdad and ground you.
Also,
yes,
if
this is a
I already heard I already heard a groan get caught on audio because I heard it echo on
Ah,
Leap's end.
that was a hard one.
Yeah, it pinched hard. Chat, if we can have a groan counter, that'll be fun for the rest of
Or
the session.
pinch and squeal.
if you can, and we can get a moan counter for me. But yes,
Oh,
this is a show. Oh,
what counter
big
should we
thanks
have
to
for me?
TFS.
Well, let's not talk over each other, boys.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, big thanks to TFS, by the way, specifically Kieran, HBI2K, and Scott Kaisernecko. They were the ones that gave permission for us to do this. Our Whenever we forget to mention, it's not that we aren't appreciative. It's that it's just I have bad memory. I'll be frank. And yeah, it's and in this show we watch a list of anime a week, and we can cut one anime at the end of the week. However, if there's a tie, we pull out the wheel. A show with two knives can die, or a show with three knives can die. Three knives take precedent over two knives, and so on and so forth. But I believe we can start right into it with Vivi episode 3. In Vivi Fluorite Eyes, episode 3, Vivi and Matsumoto, 15 years later, go to a space hotel run by another autonomous AI named Estella. Vivi's younger sister with quotation marks. Vivi looks into Estella, and until an equipment malfunction causes an alarm to go off, and Estella is seen destroying pink-haired AI.
Yep.
I liked episode 3.
Well, you missed one part about that recap as well. We also met what was her name?
Momoko's younger sister.
Yes, indeed. And I'll be honest, that kind of just makes me more annoyed at the ending of last episode. Because if they wanted her to die, sorry about that. If they wanted her to die, then they could have simply waited to kill her while here, which would make it much less jarring. So instead of having her little sister, they could have her herself.
I mean, I'll get more into my disagreements in episode 4, because to argue my point against that point, I have to talk about episode 4.
All right. Well, we're talking about episode 3 right now, and this is where my annoyance comes in with episode 3. There is a difference. Regardless, otherwise, the show's as beautiful as it always is, and the music is still great. The animation star style is fucking cool, but yeah. Momoka's also, like, yes, death. Momoka was supposed to die in that accident, as that was part of the future, but
No.
then again, it's part of the show that decided to write that to be a thing. It would be much more natural, in my opinion, if she was on the space station instead and then also died. They could have aged her up to be around the age where she would be instead, and her younger sister could also be there. Maybe could have saved Momoka's younger sister, but have failed to save Momoka. That would make the same emotional impact in my mind.
The thing is, though, that's not really on Vivi, right? It's fucking Bear Boy who's an asshole.
Yeah. And watching everything that happened 15 years later, which also feels like a jarring jump to do for no reason, really. Other than, hey, we need to have Momoka's sister be older, so 15 years ahead. But I feel like
not every significant event one day after another.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't, but it feels like a thing to be very sudden, and I feel like the only reason the death of Momoka happened that early and that jarringly was to make the amnesty between. Is amnesty the right word?
Animosity?
Animosity, that's the word I was looking for, between. God, I forgot the fucking bear's name. And Vivi.
Yeah.
Matsumoto, that's it.
Well, the reason they jumped 15 years in the future was to show that the AI law passed and that autonomous AI are now common. That's why they jumped 15 years in the future, is to show how AI have developed and Vivi's and the act, and essentially showing that Vivi fucked up when she not saved the guy, but like was with the politician, did her little speech that caused a different law to get passed, and one that is arguably more favorable to AI. It was more showing that she fucked up there, and that AIs are now even more advanced than they were before, because autonomous AI are now more commonplace, from what I can tell.
Yeah, like the progression of the AI has definitely taken root to the point where you have bots, that look human. They pretty much have progressed technologically to the point that they were in the future 100 years ago. Personally, I really liked the time skip because I remember turning on episode 3 And I was like, oh, look, there's so many more people who come to watch Vivi play now that she saved the politician dude. And then later on, it's just like, it's a 15-year time skip, and I'm like, that's nice. Vivi, it also like reminds us that this is a 100-year plan, and most shows wouldn't have time skips 2 episodes in, 3 episodes in, but this is a 100-year plan, and she's not human. She's a robot, so she doesn't need like time is irrelevant to her.
I understand why they do it. I just don't like how they did it.
Mm.
I don't know. I feel like they could have gone an episode or more to kind of establish some more of the setting and the how everything works between Matsumoto and Vivi. I mean, hey, they could have pushed an entire episode 3 to just make the actual actually have Vivi try and save Momoko. I think her name is, yeah. And failing by Matsumoto stopping her. That would be a great episode to have, but instead we just jumped ahead of it, and then we jumped ahead 15 years. It just feels like a lot of jumping all of a sudden.
While the content in these 2 episodes, 3 and 4, I think is really good, I do agree that I still feel underwhelmed, unresolved, dissatisfied with the whole plane scene because Vivi is still mad. 15 years later, Vivi is big mad. Is still big mad because she's just like she still remembers the fires, the plane burning up in the sky, her one and only human friend dying, an innocent little girl, and at I that at least gave me something, right? Because they were like, oh hey, like Vivi is almost traumatized if she would be capable of experiencing something like trauma, which again, the show is definitely going to be, hitting. We're constantly going to be asked. At least I feel like I will constantly be asking. You know, where do you draw the line? How human can a AI or an android really be? Well, I guess they're not. Are they an android, or are they a robot?
So they are they're I guess cyborgs or
Well,
no,
they're not
no not
cyborgs.
cyborgs.
Not cyborgs because they
They're
don't have any human parts.
yeah, autonomous AI. So I guess I guess androids would work, but
I forget the
mm,
difference between robot and android. I'm gonna look it up.
well, Android is a famous company and phone company at that.
Well, it's also I think the difference between Android and robot is Android is a autonomous machine of different things. I think it's also humanoid. I think
Yeah.
Luke's is right about. Well, robot is. I think the term robot is based off of a word for slave, which kind of describes the definitions that robot brings.
Huh.
Unrelated. I just want to say I really like Estella and
I
her
love
relationship.
Estella.
with Diddy. Estella is perfect, and I love her.
Waifu.
Not waifu for me, but close second.
Estella waifu. I loved Estella. She
Like
was super
when
sweet.
she, oh,
Yeah, she was super sweet. Also, Makan, you're right. Androids are specifically autonomous robots that in the humanoid form.
Right. Good. I didn't look shit up. I just kind of guessed from what my thoughts on it are.
You get the smart cookie.
Yeah. And yeah, Stella's alright. I have no issues with her except for one shot when she was walking. I just saw how fucking long her hair goes down and how thick it seems to be. Like it has to weigh at least like 5 kilos.
well, we've seen how strong the robots are, so it makes sense.
All right, yeah, but like in this scene that we're currently having the fucking image on, could you like imagine a kid just being slapped with the entire force of it? That kid be fucking dead.
I mean, sure, but you know,
No, it's fine because it's in 0Gs.
Well, yeah, but it wouldn't be fine with a kid just splatters against the fucking wall.
I will say I love the scene when she's just like has her hands on Vivi's face and makes her smile. That was really cute. I really liked that.
That was a good scene, yeah.
Like I immediately in that scene was like, oh my god, I love her. Estella's the best, like waifu of the week. And but I know this shows like there's a problem, right? We know there's a problem, and we're gonna get to that because that's not how I thought we were gonna go out. But I was like, I love her. She's the best. How is this show gonna ruin her?
uh,
Then there's
hey, well, you know, they did something. You neck gone.
I literally my final notes of the third episode were Estella, no, why?
to give chat context. At the end, we see a pink-haired AI who's spreading rumors about Stella. Which, side note,
Her sister.
fucking interesting to have a AI spreading rumors.
Yes.
That is fascinating to me. But yeah, we see Estella. The pink-haired AI gives Estella something. Then Estella gives her a hug and rips the head off.
Okay, I mean, let's not fool ourselves. They are AIs, yes, but basically in how they act and talk and think, they are humans with mechanical parts and superhuman strength with programmable personalities. They are essentially human beings.
I wouldn't say that because we still see at some points where they aren't fully human. Like they can't understand emotions. They can't. Well, they can understand emotions, but they can't exactly feel them. They can't cry. They can't like as the episode started off. Vivi can't comprehend what the heart is. Like the doctor even goes into, well, the heart is just a funny way that people like to describe the soul, and it's like, oh, that's an interest. Like I like the doctor's take at the start of the episode.
I just like the doctor. Fucking Oji-chan, just love this old man scientist, bro, dude.
Yeah, the doctor's really good, but I think that's more like a concept understanding of what they don't understand. I mean, clearly they feel emotion. I think we've seen every android except the stock generic faceless robots in the amusement park feel emotion. They just don't know how to convey it, and of course they can't cry. They didn't program tear ducts into them.
But yeah, at
Man,
the end
how
of
cool would that
episode
have been?
4, at the point of episode 4, it's again like how much of it is mimicry and simulation, how much of it is like actually genuine. Like if Estella could have cried, she definitely would be.
Yeah, and if Vivi could have cried, I think she would have done so several times because they all have emotions.
I do like how sassy Vivi is to Matsumoto this episode, like constantly calling him despicable. Doesn't she like throw him in the trash at one point?
No, she crushes his face. I know that.
Yeah,
I might be thinking of episode 4 then.
Matsumoto was pretty funny because like she threw him on the ground. He's just ouch.
Ow.
I
Yeah.
love how he's like, you're supposed to hold a bear like this. Yes, yes, like this, as Estella is holding him.
Wait a minute, I'm supposed to kill this bitch. I did start seeing the problems that Daron had with Matsumoto while watching these 2 episodes, though.
Such an asshole.
Talking. No, it's just that he talks so fucking fast that I need to
really
stop
does,
and rewind.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's a problem with the sub I was watching specifically, but I got really annoyed with the subtitling because several people are talking at once, which means there are like 3 different subtitles going on. I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to follow? Which one follows which?
I've only noticed that problem during musical numbers, and as far as Matsumoto goes, might just be like the subs stay longer on Funimation, but I haven't been having a problem keeping up with Matsumoto speaking.
I mean, I haven't noticed the problem during musical numbers. I've noticed it during, high intensity scenes where several people are talking.
Subs are fascinating because like lines are usually delivered in anime in a specific way, right? There's like what's the word? Not conceptual. Conventional. There's a conventional means of like delivering dialogue in anime. Like it's its own genre and medium, and as such, it has its own level of theatricism or theatrics. So like my sub reading speed is slower than my, like, reading a book or an article speed, because like I voice the words out in my head to a certain pace. So shifting to Matsumoto's subs where he's talking really fast and what's going on like this and all, it takes, I do also have to rewind once if not a few times, and that is a little annoying, but it's the character's point. He Vivi is the heart and he is the mind, and his mind works really really fast.
Yeah. Is there anything more we need to cover about episode 3?
Yeah, I want to talk about the animation, because
Mm-hmm.
we open with a
It's beautiful.
super gorgeous Earth shot, and every moment in space was fantastic. Like, the settings in this show are incredibly pretty. So pretty. And, like, the night sky when Vivi was walking in the park in the opening, just like the textured moon and the way the clouds, like, it creates this, like, hazy glow. Oh, we got a spam link. Deleted, please, meep. Um, like, all that is gorgeous, but like a lot of the times, like, the people or character animation varies from also gorgeous to just meh. And at least in episode 3, it leaned more to meh than not.
I thought the character animation was fine in episode 3.
A lot of them looked, it looked fine, but like when Matsumoto entered the office when Vivi was looking at the photo, like, he looked bad, like actually bad.
I might just not have noticed it, but I didn't think it looked any particularly worse. But at the same
Yeah.
time, if we've like most, if not all, animes has moments of bad animation in just about every episode if you look hard enough. But
I normally don't. It's not like I watch
yeah,
a show and be like, okay, where do they fuck up with their animation? But like, if it hits my eye, I'm gonna mention it, and it did hit my eye.
yeah, no, that's it's a valid point. I mean, I didn't notice it, but you did, so I mean that's a valid concern. At the same time, like you said, the fucking landscape shots, and when Estella was singing at the end of the episode, just the shift in art style to be more of like a watercolor painting, it's fucking gorgeous.
In what?
Like, when Estella was singing at the end of the episode,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and like the shots that like moved across like the starry night sky, and the shots on Estella as she's singing with that
Mm-hmm.
very sad expression, how the art style seemed to have shifted, but at the same time staying the same, but seemingly drawn with different materials.
Yeah.
It looked crazy good.
Yeah. Those scenes. Uh, I'm glad you brought it up because that was going to be my next point. Those scenes with when like they're singing and when they go like when they so something I noticed while watching this is that Vivi is being drawn and presented way more human, and Estella was completely like, I would not have been able to tell that she was an android at all until like scenes like this, where they show their eyes as photographic camera lenses that are constantly adjusting and like having data processed in them with the lights. And when she started singing, when she started performing her mission, she is drawn far less human, much more robotic, stiff, lack of expression, lack of life in her face and eyes. And it's chilling in a way because it's intentionally uncanny. Like, it's in, it's gorgeous in terms of coloration, how it's drawn. Like, I put the still up right now. Like, look at the highlighting on the hair, the galactic blur in the back, her eyes. It's gorgeous, but it's also like ugly because it's not ugly because it looks bad. It's ugly because it's uncanny, because it's intentionally wrong.
I I don't think it like I can describe it as ugly in that way. I think it's a beautiful kind of sadness about it.
Mm,
it is God, like I don't know how to describe it, but it's the kind of it's something about it that just gives it the feeling of sadness and melancholy, and even though it's so astoundingly beautiful, you can't help but kind of frown in disappointment, even though you enjoy it.
Yeah, yeah. Again, to clarify, I was trying to say like ugly, not because it looks bad, objectively ugly, ugly because it's uncanny. Like the human mind rejects it. Like Chad said, like she literally looks like a doll, which for a character who's been very human and very sweet and kind, to see them have this shift, this kind of shut down, this emotional like power, like yeah, this emotional shutdown. It's uncanny, and it creates this slight revulsion. It's creepy. The human mind perceives it as wrong.
I do just want to say, like, this is a different point. So if you still had more to say, feel free. But I love
Um,
the way the show
Yeah,
sci-fi.
I'll bring this up more in episode 4 because I think they continue doing that really, really well. It's just something I noticed early on with both Vivi and Estella, but especially at the end of the episode of episode 3.
Well, Vivi and Estella are also drawn much more paler than the regular humans.
Mm, I think that might not be an Android thing. I think that might just be a we like light skinned people in Japan. But anyway,
I
Well,
believe so
no,
too.
their skin is much more paler because synthetic skin can't really get a tan.
I mean, then they could just color the synthetic skin something else if they wanted to. Mm.
Well, I'm saying they're intentionally leaving them pale so you can tell they're AI.
mean, I mean, some of the generic AI we've seen don't look as pale as Vivi and God, I forgot her fucking name right now. I had a brain fart.
Estella?
Yeah, Stella. Um, like the other AI don't look nearly as pale as they do. Like the ones at the amusement park, the new ones we saw in like parts of the flashback talking about the 15 years that passed and
Or
how
even
they
the
advanced.
hotel attendants.
Yeah, I mean they don't look as pale skinned. So I think it's more of a artistic style that they more enjoy the pale skin look of the characters, and they want that to be in the main characters.
Light
I was gonna
skinned?
say before
Light skinned idol.
uh,
Yeah.
before I brought up the paler point, I was going to say I love the way the show used it. The show uses its sci-fi because yeah, no, totally. Humans would be vain enough to make fucking space hotels.
Oh,
I
of
did
course.
really enjoy.
Absolutely, they would.
Sorry, go, one more time. I cut you
I
off.
was I said absolutely they would, and I was worried that you were going to hate that they went to space in this show because I just
I
remembered your reaction to Akudama Drive, and I'm just like, ooh, he's not gonna like this episode, is he?
no. The Akudama Drive would have been like really stupid if they went to space. Also, looking at you, darling into Franks. However, I did laugh because fucking I think it was Matsumoto who's like, "Yep, there's only one place to go," and then they just pan up to space, which the space station exactly the space station's gorgeous, but I just laughed because it left just enough seconds of dead air, like 3 or 4 seconds of dead air while
Oh
they
yeah.
pan to space, from me in my head to go spies.
I Matsumoto is a piece of shit, but God, if I love his comedic timing.
Yeah, he is funny.
Yeah, Matsumoto is great.
I genuinely dislike him. Not like I love to hate him, like I actually dislike him. Uh, but comedic timing wise, the show does it very well. They use him very well in this regard. And also, to be fair, he is much less of an asshole as the episode continues. He's just insufferably obnoxious and a complete fucking asshole in the first part of this episode. And he actually becomes endearing in episode 4, but we'll get to that.
It, he's very much a juxtaposition to Vivi, where Vivi is much less calculatory and more she tries to mimic humans and do things based on what she thinks is right. Matsumoto is very logical. He doesn't even want to find out if Estella's it. All he knows is that Estella is the one who crashed the ship. So we destroy Estella and it won't crash. Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah, but like again, like his way killed the little girl, and his way would have killed Estella, who in the end turned out to be innocent, and this is why maybe he's finally realizing it, but or maybe he doesn't realize it yet, but this is why he was assigned to Vivi instead of sent to do everything on his own, because unlike Vivi, he doesn't have sympathy, empathy, or as it's starting to see, morality.
Yeah, and I mean, if anything, he should realize at least some value in it because Vivi being as dead set and that, in her opinion, that Estella was innocent, actually brought better results as they actually managed to save the people in the space station where they wouldn't have if they didn't like believe Estella and kept her alive.
Yep. I think I think it's a good time to hold up cards. Do you two agree?
Uh, yeah. The only last thing I can say is that I really enjoyed the music in this episode. Not just Estella's song in the end, which is like it has a beautiful like sorrow to it, but even when Vivi walked into the office, it felt like Mass Effect music. It just the door sound effect and doo 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 doo. It kind of reminded me of like the map theme in Mass Effect, and I'm like, okay, cool. I dig this. I dig this. Sci-fi vibes.
Hard Xenoblade Chronicles, but I get you.
I'll hold up my card first. I'm gonna fuck this show. I absolutely love it. I'm happy YouTube seemed to be warmer than you were last week.
Yeah.
I with the grievances I brought up at the beginning, it's also grievances that I'm having a lot with the show, and they only seem to be rising as it goes on. But I won't go into more about that. I'll say I'll fuck it, and I'll go into it in episode 4 and decide, go through my entire thought process about why I decided to fuck this show. There.
Fair enough. As for me, episode 3 was pretty good. Matsumoto really was an insufferable asshole and was kind of bringing down my mood during a part of it. And Estella was a sweetheart and was just wrenching my heart because I knew the show was going to make it go awry. And like I said, I ended the episode on Estella, no, why? Why you do this? Which made episode 4 all the better, but we're about to jump into that. But as a standalone, gorgeous settings, gorgeous spaces, they really did a great job trying to convey the sense of wonder that people would experience in a place like this, while also like having a really nice level of like detail to like the environments and luxury. Vivi and Estella's hair, better in some cases than others, but I really enjoy it. Just great. Yep, show gets a fuck out of me. Episode 3 gets a fuck out of me.
Just give me one moment.
Alrighty. While you're doing something. I mean, yeah. I mean, I didn't really get to mention it, but the. Yeah, me. I hear myself echoing. That's usually you.
I was just about to read episode 4. I just had to grab something real quick.
All right, go to it.
Vivi Fluorite Eye Song, episode 4. Vivi continues conversation with her friend's sister, all while Estella's alleged dead sister Beth takes control of the station under order of Toke, the terrorist organization. Vivi fights and beats Elizabeth, but the station is falling towards the city, so Estella must stay behind to break apart the hotel to minimize the damage.
She goes down with her ship, and it breaks my heart.
I cried so much, especially when Vivi says, and it gets really hyper. Like, the animation is beautiful on her face, and she's just smiling. I think I'm jealous. Oh, the tears. The tears.
Yeah, and they couldn't cry. And oh my god, this the chilling scene with the disposed Elizabeth. is
Oh
her.
fuck yeah, that
You know what? This I'm gonna just post it. I'm gonna post the screen cap. I took it. It's again, if robots could cry, just her dumped, taken away from her sister, broken, and this fucking terrorist organization, which this piece of shit little fucking small dicked energy bastard. Did you guys notice that he cut the piece of his cheek off where Vivi's blood fell on him when she saved him?
yep.
Yep.
This spiteful, miserable little fucking dicked asshole. Ah, not even asshole, ass hair. Just fucking takes this AI who he apparently is supposed to hate and makes her his confidant and weapon. And it's I hate Took. This show is doing a great job in making me hate their antagonists, and this is a good kind of hate because I can't wait to see him get his shit stomped.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be great when we see this living Dingleberry get his comeuppance.
The one thing I'm not nervous, but I'm curious to see how they handle is he's obviously not going to be alive for the full 100 years, so he's probably going to get taken care of midway through, maybe.
Or he uploads himself into into an AI, into an android as an ultimate form of hypocrisy.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably like, well, maybe like 30, 35 at this point. Um, well, like 35 to 40, probably with 15 years time passing him being in a fucking terrorist organization. Um, so I mean, the story is completely either gonna go with you live long enough to become what you hate, or he either gets killed in one of these entire things that Vivi is trying to stop, or eventually she's gonna come across him when he's so old and broken that he can't do shit anymore.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, gun opening this episode.
We did get an opening this episode. Fully dedicated opening.
I love the opening so much.
It's really good. Despite it reusing a lot of animation from the first few episodes, and I assume the next few episodes, the parts that were original to the opening were gorgeous, and the song very nice. And even then, when they're reusing animation, it's presented in a very nice way. The editing, with the little panels and the color slides, it's good. It's good.
Definitely. Like, I'll be perfectly honest, this is where the show actually started picking up and becoming more enjoyable for me, because this show had mostly been riding on its art style, animation, and music for me. But the story beats they did here, the actual decisions of the character, how Vivi decided to accept the situation she is in and get the combat program installed in her so she could actually fight in these extremely dangerous situations she's in, is great. And good god, the fight scenes, they're so damn good.
The fight,
There they
the
go.
fight, the fight this episode is incredible. Go ahead, Meep.
There's like 3 of them. They're all great.
How dare Vivi versus Elizabeth look just as good as Itadori versus Mahito? I'm upset in a good way.
No, I love that kind of combat because it is great, it is visceral, and it is so fucking heavy with each impact.
Yeah.
Oh,
the sound design on it is fantastic too, because each hit doesn't sound like a body, like flesh, or like the usual anime, like sound effects of hitting a punching bag or meat. You can hear the clanking, the padded clanking of metal. Because
my favorite about all that fight is the fucking headbutt
at the end.
Where Vivi is uploading Virus. Yeah, that's such a great one.
And then she just fucking grabs her head, like pulls her own head back, and the heavy thunk as she slams her own fucking head into her.
This is how AIs exchange emotions.
And this emotion is fuck you.
Does that make the Matsumoto virus that Matsumoto gave to Vivi a sexually transmitted disease?
Well, it's not sexual.
Okay, maybe.
No. Definitely not me.
Fair enough.
She didn't fuck the bear.
Speaking of Matsumoto, this is what I mean when Matsumoto got a lot better. Realizing that he's wrong, he's literally having like maybe not a breakdown, but he's having a heart. He's like, wait, this is impossible. All of the records say that it happens 23 hours from now. Well, it's happening now. No, it's not. It's happening now. Can't you see? Like, he doesn't understand how he could be wrong, which is great to see. And probably my favorite bit of the fight, or just my favorite moment of Matsumoto, is just Elizabeth is starting to prepare her villain's monologue about like how she's in pain and how never thought you'd see me like this, sister. Well, and then Vivi's like, Matsumoto goes like, we're running out of time. And Vivi's like, yep, and just fucking charges her mid speech, and I'm like, this is fantastic.
I'll carve you up and turn you into a calculator.
That was so lame. But Beth looked so cool.
So stupid.
I laughed so fucking hard.
Oh yeah, the fucking distorted voice. Thank you, Death.
Holy shit!
Mentioning that, just when the virus was in her and just the distorted voice, it is like, and just the angry, fucking crazy screeching towards Estella. It is genuinely terrifying.
You found it terrifying. Angry. I found it full of anguish and so sad. Just the amount of pain in this distorted metal scraping against metal voice just broke my heart.
I consider it terrifying because exactly what you said. It has so much emotion of unable to be released frustration and not hatred, just feelings of sorrow and abandonment and frustration. And it is terrifying to imagine yourself in Estella's shoes receiving this being screamed at you. That is what I consider terrifying about it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, to jump back a little bit, we see Vivi fight and save Momoko's little sister from fake Estella, and then she goes and finds real Estella. Or no, wait, does she go and get Leclerc's arm before she finds real Estella?
No.
Or does she find?
So what happens is the episode opens up. Beth, who at this point we still think is Estella, ganks her in the hallway with the little girl. Ooh, she's strong. She's strong as fuck. But because she noticed that she's not wearing the bracelet that Estella seems to treasure a lot, she quickly figures out something's wrong. Then she goes to save the little girl by bringing her to the cargo hold, where she finds Lucilia's, or I think whatever her name was, pink hair, Leclerc. Yeah, Leclerc's body, and uses her arm to repair her arm, which I didn't know we could do that, but I guess apparently we can.
Makes sense to me.
And it felt really bad because she tried to put her back together, and it was never mentioned, but I choose to believe that that Vivi kind of hoped that it would have worked.
I don't think it was to like hope that it automatically fixed itself. I think it's a matter of respect of placing her body in one piece as much as possible.
Yeah.
I thought she did it so the child didn't have to look at a decapitated head while she was hiding in there.
That's also probably a good reason to do it. But yes, then they have that very, very pretty and very nice emotional scene where, she's like, puts her head, I am Vivi, I am Diva, I put my head in it. This is how we AI convey our feelings. Which is why I really found it funny during the Beth's fight. Just like, this is how we AI convey feelings, and the feeling is pain!
She doesn't admit she's Vivi until they escape.
Yeah. But it's like, I think she heavily implied it, so she would trust her.
Yeah, it was definitely something like trying to put it at ease, and it seemingly worked in a very lighthearted way of like, this is how we work. Like, it's a very touching thing, which seemingly worked to calm down, which is, you know, I consider it just Vivi having emotions, thinking like, this would be best to suit this person. But I mean, if you want to go with them being AIs, then it might just be a calculated, share something about me to endear them to me, and then do a lighthearted gesture to make them trust me, and you know, it's
God,
hard.
that reminds me of the fucking droid in the Edge of the Empire game I'm in, who will say like the way his response is supposed to be. He'll say like sarcastic response and then say it.
Yeah, like those guys from Mass Effect.
Yeah.
Human delight. It's wonderful to see you. But whatchamacallit, yeah, and then after that scene is when Matsumoto uploads combat data to her, which makes her go supersonic racing, and she just proud family dad runs at the fucking terrorist, which I honestly laughed out loud because anytime we do anime with a front and slightly up angle of someone running at the camera is funny to me, but even like her hand motions really felt like the Family Guy Proud Family meme that's been making its rounds.
I
Also just the general visceralness and acrobaticness of that short fight, just her fucking launching into the air, kicking two of them in the face. Jesus fuck.
Yeah, and then definitely breaking that lady's ribs.
I want to say I didn't bring this up yet, but I love how we see Vivi in so many different outfits. Like I love it, especially the hotel outfit. She looks gorgeous in it because we've seen her in her diva outfit, in the outfit she has in the opening, the security guard outfit, and now this outfit. And I'm assuming we're gonna get another one next episode. I'm not sure. I actually didn't watch the preview this time.
We also get tank top casual Vivi.
Yeah, that one is my favorite. But I feel like we're eventually going to land on the one she had in the opening, and then it's just not going to change anymore after that.
I mean, we also get to see her in. We also get to see her SSR plus mode, where she has her full idol dress on.
Yeah.
Takes the glasses off.
But yeah, Secretary Vivi is a great look on her, especially the way they have her hair done up. Really nice.
The glasses stay on during data transmission.
I like how you put that, Meep. I'll give you that one. You know what, Meep?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it to you.
But after the fight with Elizabeth and the viruses, her getting knocked out and virus getting completed, Estella staying behind and Elizabeth coming in to help her, completely formatted for getting the mission got put into her and putting her into the state she was before getting broken, was so distantly sad, but also so nice that she is no longer burdened with whatever the fuck happened with her and the terrorist.
We can't cry, so we must be the ones that smile all the time.
And that's the scene I was talking about, where if Estella could cry, both the facial expression they put on the character and also the vocal intonations of the voice actor behind her, well, actress, if they could cry, she certainly would have been in that moment. And Estella and her sister both go down with the ship, and it makes me very, very sad. It was incredibly bittersweet. And I would say sweet and sour, but sweet and sour food tends to lean to the sweet, so I'll say bittersweet because Beth, it was innocent. She was misused by the scientists running the experiment and then abused by the terrorist organization. And there was just constant pain in her, and you can see that in her facial expressions when she's dead. I'm not weak like that one. Like none of that is happiness. None of that is like a good way to be. and just her coming into the burning room, picking her sister up in the fire and being like, this is our first and last time together, but I'm glad that we got to meet sister, and then them singing their song at the end together as they went down with the ship, saving the city and making sure that it doesn't fall on anyone. Ah.
I'm tearing up right now just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though, and I might have missed something or looked into this more than you two were at the moment, but I don't think they went down with the ship. I think that was Estella's plan because she didn't have enough. She wasn't capable of saving the ship alone, but with Elizabeth's help, she was available. They announced that it was going to pull into an airport, and the ship's not going to go down and explode if it pulls into an airport.
No, 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 no.
They were talking about the rescue ship.
They were talking either about the lifeboats, quote unquote, or they were
the
lying.
escape ships.
Yeah, or they were just lying to protect everyone's feelings, to keep everyone calm.
Hmm.
Also, they specifically turned the lifeboats to the side so that they can see the sun rising on the edge of the earth, while the hotel and they burned up on the dark side of the earth.
Right, yeah, but I don't see why they would be able to, change the course of the rescue ships outside of the ship. It's but I see it as them being able to salvage it with the two of them.
Listen,
That's the feeling I got.
I would love for Estella and Beth to continue being part of the cast. I love their dynamic. They might be so incredible because we got them in this perfect bittersweet dose. But I would love to see them continue it. But like I am protecting my. You know what? I'm gonna do the meme. I'm gonna hit you with the meme, Marcus. You ready? Don't.
Ready.
Don't do that. Don't give me hope.
Well, I'm gonna give you this fucking hope, and you're gonna fucking deal with it.
I think the message, like even with Vivi going that she's jealous because Estella was able to complete her mission and Vivi has barely even started hers yet.
It's also
I think-
because. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I think they're trying to drive the point across that Estella and Beth had to go down, or not go down, but like they had to break apart the ship and it's burning in the atmosphere because the whole idea is that it was going to burn to nothingness before it could hit the coastal city, which we didn't mention. Yeah, the future was changed. It was going to be dropped on a coastal city.
Yep.
Yeah, it changed to the worse.
Yeah, it did, and that was only because Vivi decided to save this terrorist, because he would have been dead otherwise.
We're gonna talk about this now, are we?
Yes. I mean, he is only alive because Vivi decided to save him.
See, that's interesting, right? Because this event still occurred. Oh, well, yeah, no, never mind. It would have occurred in the other timeline because Vivi would have never interfered and he wouldn't have been put into danger.
Well, I mean, I think he might have
Yeah.
still been put into danger and might have died, but I mean, the terrorist group still exists.
I think it was going to fall in a coastal city because the plummet in the collision was activated 22 hours earlier, which put them over the coastal town instead of over the actual ocean or sea.
No, like the way the terrorist was talking about it, it was way more deliberate. He wanted it to crash into the city to make it like even worse, to make
No.
the AIs not be able to be trusted.
No.
No, the only bloodshed was supposed to be theirs. It was Estella who changed it to be the coastal. I thought.
Right, that was it. Yeah, Estella changed it.
Not Estella. Beth.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, no, yeah, that was it. That might have been
I'm.
it. It was a while ago.
It's interesting to think about, but is there anything else you two want to bring up about this episode, or are we ready for cards?
Yeah, everything else I can say, I'll say when I hold up my card.
Yeah, I'll go last and give my closing statement about the show and why I chose what I chose with it, even though the gripes I have with it apparently.
I absolutely love this show. It is phenomenal to me. And I'm so happy the positive reception it's receiving. I'm so happy it's been going so strong. The only complaints I've even seen people talk about is that it does include Kasimov's law of robotics, which that's not even that doesn't matter. This is fantasy. It's sci-fi. And
I mean,
I
it's
just love this show.
better. It's nice to see a robot show doing their own thing without constantly quoting the same fucking rule.
So that's the only complaints you've heard, huh? You don't even hear mine, huh?
No, I'm talking about like the internet space, not just like
You see this? I'm in space and it's on the internet.
you know what I mean.
What about you, Gilly? Oh, fuck.
He's
My
not
god.
here.
Ah!
He
You got
said he's
freaked out?
going last.
Yes.
He's gonna go last? Okay. In that case, I'll go. Damn it, Vivi. You made me cry. I cried the tears the robots couldn't shed. Honestly, yeah. I mean, I think we're in for a great, if heartbreaking, ride here. The animation for this episode seemed to be stellar the whole time. Like, sometimes the animation on Vivi goes to, like, just fantastic and on point throughout the whole, like, literally, I loved what I was looking at, and this episode somehow was even prettier, both with the action and the and just the just animation overall was stellar. Uh, Pausing to put up you. There you go. There you go, chat. Enjoy this. But yeah, the animation for this episode seemed to be stellar the whole time, and the sad song with the bittersweet reunion and the final moment between Estella and Elizabeth hurt. Fantastic fight too, just fantastic, resounding fuck. This episode 4 is the best one in my opinion thus far, and it makes me very, very excited for what else the show is going to bring us. What else is there to come?
So, I've talked quite a few times about the issues I have with the way the story is paced, and I have a few issues with how the story is done, considering with how a character death was dealt with when they could have done it in a much better way, either later or by dedicating more time to it, in my opinion. But that is, in all intents and purposes, a very nitpicky thing to do, and I recognize that myself. I put this show to a high standard because it is so outstandingly good. The animation is fantastic. The art is simply gorgeous, and most screenshots could be a fucking art piece by themselves.
Mm.
Uh, the music is always perfect for the situation and simply great. So I judge this show very harshly because it has had so much time, love, and effort put into it that I feel like I'm gonna critique it at the same level that it seems to be putting into the details, really. And I cannot bring myself to give this show the knife because that would just simply be wrong. Because I enjoy my time with it, and I get upset with how the story's handled because I wanted it to be better. But the truth of the answer is that it's good. It's great, even. It's just I was hoping for something else, but the show is doing its own thing, and it's not always going to come across with what I want it to be, because I wanted this to be a more personal story with Vivi, which is seemingly not what it's going to be. It's going to be more distant and more bleeping. We're going to catch the important bits of her journey, but not the day to day of it, which makes sense. It is a 100-year journey, and I'm going to enjoy it, but I have a preference as a story that is very close to the characters, and the show is not going to be as intimate by the feel of it. But it's still a fuck.
Alrighty. That's a trifecta for Vivi. Fluorite eyes.
I just realized something looking at it.
Hmm?
Which deleted the VOD for our not our last broadcast, but the progress broadcast before that.
Awards? That shit. Wait, no. We'll talk about that afterwards.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to Super Cub episode 2.
2?
I couldn't for the life of me find the name, so bear with me. Main girl announces that she has a motorbike to her class. One girl heads over and decides they are friends now, and they have lunch. And the main girl gets excited about having a friend. She then goes to the supermarket and buys food. I just before anything, I just want to say the scene where she told everyone she had a bike. It gave off the energy of someone telling someone else they have 1 million subs on YouTube.
Yeah,
So
and it was all in her head.
it was all in her head, Meep.
What?
She did mention it during home ec. During the home ec class, she did mention it to a few students who were talking shit and being like, "Oh, you're gonna choose that color? Man, money really must be tight." And then she's like, "I'm gonna put the helmet and my gloves on for the motorcycle I rode into school into." And you know, the one dude that she imagined going, "Oh, what model?" actually went, "Oh, what model? What do you ride?"
Yeah.
So that was adorable. But the first scene in the classroom, that was her imagining having to doing that, which I audibly went "ah" when everyone started coming up to her, and then it cut to her and it showed revealing that it didn't actually did it, and I audibly went "oh no."
I caught on to that like almost immediately because she was looking out the window and like at a motorcycle, and then just the jarring, like standing up, and then just screaming that the long pause, and then the reactions. I'm like, it sounds a bit too much, doesn't it? And it was.
For for a moment. Oh, by the way, we're still on Vivi for the screen grab.
Oh,
Yep.
wait, really? Oh, I opened it. Damn it.
See,
I opened it
what
in
I
the
thought
wrong
happened
window.
was I thought that was cutting to the end of the class. Whoops.
No,
No,
no.
that was her having a entertaining the idea of doing something drastically outgoing for her very introverted personality style, and
Yep.
being used with the thought.
Once again, anxiety continues to be the main antagonist of the season.
Mm-hmm.
But
And help you out, me. The main girl's name is Koguma, and the girl who decided that they are now friends is named Reiko.
speaking of Reiko, I love this nerdy, adorable, excited grease jockey of a girl who's just like, who fucking modded out her fucking postal scooter with a titanium one time, like, just fucking single limited time muffler and a bunch of fucking new gear parts, and who was just geeking out about her motorcycle slash scooter to our new girl who's just, uh-huh.
Like, I bought this thing like 2 days ago. What the fuck?
And they both have cubs.
Yeah, they both have cubs. It's goddamn adorable when this shit happened. And I. God fucking damn it. I just. Still, whatever Koguma smiles, it's just a fucking treasure. I want to see this girl just happy.
So, about Koguma's smile. I watched episode 1 with a good friend of mine, and they said something that I can now no longer unsee. They said that Koguma smiles like Charlie Brown, and that this is just anime like Peanuts, but with motorcycles. And I can't disagree with them. Her smile it has Charlie Brown energy, just that soft, calm smile.
Hmm.
that has a hint of sadness behind it.
Yeah. It's not a hint, it's quite a lot of sadness behind what I can see, which is why I want the best for this girl.
Me too. Me too. We got more color scenes in this episode. Sometimes because she has a friend, but more times still, it's when she, took off and, kind of went off her usual commute home and did her own thing. Like, even something small like going to the supermarket instead of heading right home is big for her because her life is monotonous and mundane and repetitive. And I love that this show has like, and I didn't blink. I didn't blink at it because like this show takes its time. It highlights the little day to day things. It finds beauty and things to appreciate or at least emphasize in the very little day to day tasks that we do. And it shows us her commute, that four-way intersection, the the bridge leading over the river all to get to her apartment complex. It showed us that so many times, and it only added more emphasis when she said, "No, I'm not going to go straight like I normally do home. I'm going to turn right and I'm going to go somewhere because I have the freedom." And to her, even something so small as just going to the store, not when she planned to, gave her some kind of like change, some kind of agency in life. And I appreciated it. And she bought some cheap curry, and she's young, so she can continue eating that shit, but she's gonna have a lot of problems if she continues eating that kind of stuff.
I mean, if anything, I love how, because money is tight for her. She is not a rich person, seemingly, with the fact that she stayed alone. She is stayed herself. She is entirely alone. Her parents are not in the picture in any way, and I doubt they're very rich either. So I mean, she makes do on whatever little amount of money she can, and I love how that is portrayed in not only in the cheap food she buys and her being tight for money for buying the scooter that she wanted, but also in how resourceful she is and utilizing any chance she has for using stuff like any other class person in that class would have just like made the bag and then thrown it away or kept it around and never used it, but she made something she is going to have practical use out of every day.
And it makes me feel bad because she took the black fabric, which is like the most boring fabric, but there was the most of it. And those two fucking bitchy girls were like, "Oh, you're using the biggest fabric, huh? Like, wow, money must be really tight for you." And I'm like, "Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you." I mean, yes, high schoolers are pieces of shit, but fuck you.
I don't even think it was girls. Wasn't it the two boys that said that?
It was the two girls mocking her, I think. And then the guy was just like, "Huh?" And then when she said the scooter thing, and she's like, they're like, "Wait, you got your license? You have a motorcycle?" And just like how in her fantasy, he went, "Oh, what do you ride?"
Yeah, no, but yeah, I
Yes,
believe it was. I believe it was the. Hey, okay, yeah, go say that. Me.
There were three people mocking her. The two girls and the guy were all mocking her.
Ah, the guy was mocking her too. I like him less now. Fuck him.
The guys were like taking some jabs at her, but I do believe they made the comment of like, "Oh, money must be tight," because she was responding directly to them.
I'm surprised she actually responded. Good for her.
Yeah, I mean, she's a very shut-in person, but she seems to give it an attempt when people interact with her. Which is not that she answers back every time, because as Reiko was enthusiastically talking to her, I don't think she ever said more than 5 words back to her through the entire episode.
Because of their core interests, but radically different personalities, and the way the episode ended, I'm really excited to see how their relationship like grows and develops. Like how they influence each other. Because Reika's, which by the way I love Reiko. She's adorable. She's a little much, not gonna lie, and she's a little. I don't think she's snooty. I think she's just in her own head. Like when our main girl came in the next morning, right, and said good morning, and Reiko was like, because she was reading her book. I'm like, say good morning back to her. Like, God damn it, Reiko, say it back. Can't you see that she's trying?
I'm also a bit confused why she didn't say that back with how friendly and talkative she was with her before, or maybe it is because Koguma is kind of ostracized and she doesn't want to be publicly talking to her, which is every high schooler has that in the back of their mind, no matter even if they try to talk to the people
Yeah.
ostracized, it's always going to be a fear because it is the entire of your social group, and too many missteps will mean you are shut out completely, and there is no coming back.
Uh, you know what? I would be inclined to say that yeah, that might be a possibility, except during lunch, the girls come back to Reiko and are like, "Hey, let's have lunch with us." And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I have lunch with a friend today." And they're like, "Oh, okay, next time." And then she stands up in front of the whole class, just grabs her and pulls her out to the Super Cubs.
Yeah, I. It's hard to really get what she's thinking yet. She acts strange. She's very peppy and outgoing and talkative to Koguma, and sometimes she's damn near standoffish. And I can't pin her down yet, and that's just I'm jotting that down to not having enough time with her yet to understand the
Exactly.
character.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, what I think it is that she is very much inside her own head. She gets when she's excited about something, she is very excited, but when she's like otherwise, she's very like in her own headspace.
I
Which
I think when she like, hey, can I see your cub or can I see your like scooter? Um, like at first, I think she wanted to look at it, and then like talk to her who share the same interest, and then bring her own to show off. Was probably her first idea with it, with how much she talked about how much she was looking at Koguma. Like in this shot, I also get like, well, are you impressed? Or do you think I'm cool? It's
a
kind of the
hundred
feel
percent,
I get.
100%. She is a total nerd for her scooter and just scooters and motorcycles in general. So even specifically Cubs. And okay, Meep. Okay, yes, this is a commercial for Honda Cubs. I know. But if you're going to make a commercial, this is a very good way to do it.
If the
Can't
fucking
believe
commercial,
Ray was one of the cast of Mean Girls.
hey, if the fucking commercial is better than some of the actual adapted or original shows we have on our list here, then what the fuck is their problem? Really?
Listen, we don't talk about Dragon's House hunting in this house.
Aw.
That's not what I was pointing out either.
How about you,
I
Meep?
know.
You first episode just it gave you there was nothing for you to really to hook you. Nothing excited you. Nothing really grabbed hold of you and like Adam to Snow, nothing pulled you in a dangerous way. How did this episode with another character with a different kind of energy being introduced and the end kind of giving us more of a direction of where the show's gonna go? How did this do it for you?
I liked Reiko. Still not a big fan of the main character.
Mm.
And honestly, my opinion kind of remain like this episode was better for me, but my opinion is still it remains unchanged from last week. I didn't have fun with this show. I didn't enjoy my time with it.
Mm.
It felt like an hour had passed by the time I watched it.
Huh. Interesting. For me, it
Or,
actually passes a lot quicker.
like, I guess I shouldn't use that as a bad point because I did say with Vivi that it felt like a lot of time has passed, but in a good way. So it's not really a fair comparison to make.
Yeah. I kind of had the opposite feeling. I For some reason the second episode didn't hit as close to home with as the first one did, but
Same.
the first one was left up to interpretation with the simply having to draw your conclusion by Koguma's facial expressions and how she acts, her little personal physical quirks in her thought patterns of how she decides to go about things that gave me a very close connection to her. And I mean, I definitely get more of that. I mean, I still get that when she is like not talking to Reiko, but I mean, as much as I like Reiko and I think I'm going to enjoy the interactions they have, I mean, I kind of just enjoy seeing Koguma enjoying her Super Cub.
Yeah, I like Reiko too. Actually, I really like Reiko. However, I think it's her energy that has been introduced that did not make this episode as chill and like profoundly calming as the first episode did. Um, Also, like, I don't know if it's because I watched the first episode again last night, and I don't know if it's me being sick after getting the booster shot, the second dose, or if it was just, it's, or watching it with a friend, or if it was just not the same on the second watch through. But yeah, the show hit a little bit differently. It wasn't as calming, still as pleasant as yeah, honestly, as I'm saying this out loud with you guys, I think it's like it's one of those things that like when you watch it for the first time, like that nostalgia bloom that I got, and plus just seeing all these sites for the first time and how delicately they're handled, I think that really causes a really good expression, not expression, impression on me. And just the second time around, it's still pleasant, but it's not like new. Reiko's energy is much higher than I expected, and that is definitely going to work long term. She's definitely going to be the a source, if not the source, of the upbeat energy that this ensemble will need. Um, but I think as her introductory episode, it did focus on her and less on our girl, our quiet, sad girl, and that's okay.
It focused a lot about the clashing of personalities between two of them, and as you were talking about it, I kind of figured out probably why I enjoyed watching Koguma more than Reiko, because Koguma is clearly introverted while Reiko is very extroverted. And me being an introverted person myself connected more with Koguma. But
Mm.
at the same time, there's something very close hitting for me in this scene as well, because Koguma is forging a friendship with a very extroverted person, which is something that happened to a very lonely part in my life as well. And that extroverted person, meanwhile, being a bit too much for me at times, brought about a lot of positive changes in my life.
Yeah, it was a really cute scene where I I mean above game, right? Like above the show, like meta wise, I know they become friends and they're joined by another girl and they become this little scooter gang and it's really cute. But like in the moment watching the scene, I was worried that like her and Reiko won't actually stay friends, that Koguma will once again run away because, anxious and just is overwhelmed. But when Reiko was like, for their lunch date, right? Well, like they were having lunch. It's like, yeah, let's have it. A super cup of friendzo. And then like her just Reiko just being like just crazy. Like she's silly. Like she's so over the top and she's so excited. Koguma just started like chuckling and laughing, and I thought that was really cute. And it was at that moment I was like, okay, they're gonna be fine. Reiko might not get that because Reiko's still like, well, I'm doing all the talking. So sorry if I'm like bothering you. And Koguma's just like, oh, okay, because she's sad bean and she doesn't know how to convey feelings apparently.
Yeah, it's also
I can't
the
believe.
no, call me.
I was just gonna say I can't believe they joined the Tokyo Manji gang.
But from personal experience, being the introverted person, making friends with an extrovert, kind of by accident, Koguma might try to pull back again, to draw back from this friendship and try to go back to the way she is. But
that
likewise, in my own experience, Reiko is the kind of extroverted friend that once they get to know you, she will not let you do that.
probably, yeah. Reiko actually reminds me a lot of me, like in my college years, not my high school years. College is when I kind of not I was no longer like the ostracized kid, and like I would come up to people who I see are feeling down, and like whether it be in the the philosophy club or the honors room or whatever, through like my mutual interests or like the ecology club, and like I'd come up and like give them a conversation and also try to say something that would like inspire them, be like to like, because she's like, yeah, I can go anywhere in my cub, like anywhere, even when I'm sitting still, I feel like I can go anywhere in the world. And that inspired Koguma, and I was like, yeah, 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 positive, uplifting, yay. um so I think the third girl is going to be the kind of missing link. She's going to be the half and half of Koguma and Reiko, and she's the one who's going to help balance out their energies. That's what I expect to happen. Oh, did I disconnect?
No, you didn't. Yeah, no, I feel like you're completely right with that. And
Hmm.
I, for one, am I wouldn't say excited because you don't get excited for the show. I am interested and looking forward to getting comfy and watching more of this.
Yeah. I'm hoping we, with the three, we get, as our ensemble grows, I'm hoping we get some more laughs along the way. But honestly, like you said, this isn't like, it's like, oh man, I cannot wait for next week. It's like reading a good book. That's just, you want to see that, you just want to turn the next page with this one. Not like, oh, what happens next? But like, I look forward to the next page because I'm just going to enjoy it. And I know we're getting close to cards, but two things I want to bring up: one short and one eh. Um, I mentioned the whole good morning scene. I thought, yeah, yeah. I literally went like, Reiko, say good morning back. Look, you see that she's trying, but then she kind of like she goes just and then she just sits down, and Reiko, I think, is like reading like a scooter light novel while Koguma pulls out her driver's manual or owner's hmm?
Yeah, instruction manual, yeah.
Instruction manual, yeah, yeah, for her Super Cub, and I really appreciated that they flipped their respective pages at the same time.
I don't think that was accidental though. I think Koguma was looking at her and just started copying her. I think that was the thing of it because she's so cool and outgoing in her mind that she just kind of wants to be a little bit more like her. So that's why she pulled up the instruction manual because she didn't have anything else to read.
Oh, I don't know if I like agree, but I can't disagree because I can totally see that happening. And cute. The second thing I wanted to bring up is we talked about the show and its mainstay. Now let's talk about it as motorcyclists ourselves, right? Um, Koguma sits in traffic. She is a good bean. She does not weave through traffic, which I will fully admit to being that kind of fucking motorcyclist, at least when I'm on a moped. Like when I was sitting on my Harley, I wouldn't weave through traffic because it's a big, heavy bike. But when I was on my Honda Click, yeah, no, red lights, I'm sorry, zip, zip, zoop. So,
No,
You
Koguma
have a
says,
Harley?
hmm?
You have a Harley?
I had a Harley, yeah, yeah. I had a Harley 2009 Softail Deluxe Edition. And
Oh shit, that's the type of bike my dad has.
really, a Softail?
Yeah.
Nice.
Fun fact: my dad also wanted to name me Harley Davidson, like with my middle name being Davidson, first name being Harley. My mom would not let him.
Well, your
Your
mom.
mom was like, no. We're not naming our fucking kid after your bike.
Good on your mom. That was the right call on her part. Dad, Dad, if you're listening to this, no, don't do that. Don't, no.
So, the part about her being so careful, I like just fucking proudly and happy smile, just like, oh, you good girl, driving so safe.
I wonder how long that will last. I'm actually hoping that there's going to be a scene where she tries to weave through traffic. Now, weaving through traffic might be more of a thing in Thailand, Taiwan, Philippines, where I, drove around. I wasn't driving in Japan, but like maybe Japan, it's like people are much. I mean, jaywalking is looked down upon in Japan. I know that. So like, it happens in some places in Tokyo, but like you will get not the good looks if you start jaywalking. So it's much more orderly.
I think we should pull up cards after this little thing. I love the touch of her forgetting to turn off her fucking blinkers.
At the very end, God
No,
knows that happens, and she gets a
she
little
did it.
frustrated with herself.
Yeah, she did it like first time when she turned off the intersections, and she did it again when she left the convenience store. And I'm like, yeah, I feel that. I still do that.
It becomes like blinkers indicators like is just it becomes a muscle reflex, and you don't really think about it because it's when you first start driving or riding in this case. It's not something you think about. Like, you have to do it in the moment because, like, okay, I have to indicate which way I'm going so someone doesn't fucking ram me off the road. But after you do it, the fear subsides or the tension subsides, and you relax and you don't think about having to turn it. God knows I've had enough times people go behind me. I'm like, what? And like I check my lane. I was fine. I'm like, what? Why are you honking at me? And then I look and I see my blinkers on. I'm like, that dude was probably like hanging back for like 5 minutes behind me.
Yeah. It's like, come on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And just the way she takes care of her helmet, and like the way she tried to latch it, and like it didn't work. She had to do it from the side, and just the way like turning the key and throttling the engine and warming it up, all of that is just very nice little touches of, if I could say, narrative texture of like yeah, it's maybe this is me really just identifying and projecting my own experiences as a motorcyclist, relating to it as a motorcyclist. But I say texture for a reason, because in those scenes I could almost feel the key put into the slot and turn, the grooved rubber on the throttle handle as you grip it. It's just
I've never owned a motorcycle myself. Well, I mean, there's something I can relate to in my parts of construction work and everything. The helmets, the noises that make, just the fucking leather stretching sound of the gloves, and just like on point. But we have talked enough about this, I think. Let's pull up our cards, I think. Right?
let's do it.
Want me to go first?
Sure, go ahead.
Go ahead and plug in my headset because it's beeping at me.
I'm still getting almost nothing out of this show. This episode I thought was better for me, but still didn't get enough to warrant any different feelings.
Hi, Kitty.
I was still bored with this show. Yes, Kitty, I know. I was still bored with this show. Can you stop? Why?
You fucking responded like no.
Can you stop? No.
I'm going to kill the show. I didn't get anything out of it.
It's fine, Meep. You are allowed to be wrong. Listen, as with many shows and before, I get I get why this show could not be for everyone. Like, it's really slow paced. It's really calm. There's very little dynamic dynamic direction, or not direction, dynamic, not flow. Basically, yeah, there isn't a lot of high energy happening, and that might not be what people are in the mood for. Like, if you're in the mood for shonen, I would never recommend this show, right? Like, if you want something boom boom boom, fuck, I forgot to take those off. Yeah, well, game streams only. This isn't a game stream. Those don't count. But yeah, no. So I get where you're coming from. I myself, on the other hand, I'm fucking this show. If someone, in case that wasn't completely obvious, this show is doing something that I think many shows are afraid to do. And it's such a unique show. It's artsy without being obnoxious. It's it's calm without like doing a lot of the usual anime tropes in my opinion. Like it doesn't feel generic. It feels new, but without relying on like excitement to really drive it forward. Um
I mean, it has the no parents trope.
yeah, I hope the show does explain that because it's just otherwise it's like a moment like I have to suspend my disbelief every moment because it's just like I have no money. Okay,
I believe
how do you buy
I believe
food?
in the I believe in the synopsis it does state why that is.
Hmm. I'll have to give it a reread. But regardless, the show is gorgeous to look at. It's super pretty. The minimal CG, which I still don't really understand the point of it because they draw more of the motorcycle riding than they CG it. But I guess just to have those pulled back scenes of her on the scooter going somewhere and the throttling of the engine just to save time and budget on animating that. They CG'd it. That's fine. Don't care. The rest of the show is pretty. The way they do the blushes, the way their hair moves in the wind. It all feels like pencil drawn and just the show's super pretty. And I hate to say it, I can totally see it how this is like anime Peanuts but with like motorcycles.
You talking about? I feel like every time you talk about this show, Dalaran, I understand something more about it that I already fucking knew, but I couldn't put into words. This show really does something brave and interesting that most shows don't do. It's because, like, most shows don't do in anime, in live action, in cartoons, no matter what. So far, this is a show without conflict. And conflict doesn't need to mean that someone gets punched. That just needs to mean that there's an antagonist or otherwise. But there is no antagonist. It's just other shows.
Anxiety.
Yeah, sure, but that's not a conflict. That's just a part of her personality, a part of her life she needs to deal with. Um, a lot of shows label themselves slice of life, but I don't think I've ever seen a show that is more deserving of the title slice of life than this one. And I'll admit it, I kind of have slice of life cutesy bullshit as my guilty pleasure, and dear lord, if this isn't the most fucking guilty pleasure where I get to be a fucking nerd and squeal and be just giggling with happiness about this girl smiling, I don't know what is. I'm fucking the show.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Two Fucks and a Kill for Super Cub Episode 2. Let's move on to Tokyo Revengers Episode 2. In this, Naoto explains to Main Boy that he can only go back 12 years to the date, and that they have to shake hands to do so. Main Boy is beaten up when he asks about one of the leaders, and he finds the resolve to challenge the man who beat him in a pit arena match.
So I'm just gonna drop this right now. I want to talk about the episode, but something that really fucking bothered me. If you know you can only go 12 years back, and you know you joined the Mangy gang, you became their basically slave, their indentured servant, uh, in gang terms, their bitch. Why the fuck would you not send him back right away and stop all of this from? Oh wait, I think I just answered my own question in my head.
You, you
Well,
can you
what
can
was your
only go back to the date.
No, I was going to argue like why the fuck did they just not send him back to when before he was forced to serve this gang, and then I realized it's because they need him in the gang to
no,
manipulate it in a way so that Hinata doesn't die.
no, Dal. The reason
Well,
is
also
they can't. It's
they
12 years in the past, precisely. even if a day moves forward in reality, it still means that he can't go back further than this now.
Oh, so the time passes back in time also. Oh, because that's when he's unconscious in the real world.
Yeah, I don't think it's that, but like when time passes in the real world, that means that he will, whatever the date is in the real world, he will be sent back to that date 12 years in the past. Which means when a day passes in the real world, he cannot go back to the previous day.
Yeah, I mean like sending him back the moment he woke up in the police thingy.
Right, yeah, but that wouldn't change much either way, because he'd already been, been beaten up and become a slave to the Munji gang at this point. At
Yeah,
that point.
yeah, yeah. Good point. Oh, never mind.
It's a time travel plot with restrictions, which is usually not the case, but I like it.
Dell hastily scribbles out the kill he had in his notes and writes "fuck."
Fuck you, it makes sense.
Now, speaking of things I didn't like about the opening of the episode, 2 minutes and 6 seconds of recap. Really?
God,
Really?
wasn't that much?
2 minutes and 6 seconds was dedicated to the recap. I am not including the opening in that.
Huh.
That's
Well,
too much, Tokyo Revengers.
I'm not saying that as a defense. I'm just saying it makes sense. It is a shonen, so.
I hope they don't do as much, because I'll be perfectly honest, I kind of space, but what the fuck? I've watched One Piece. I'm used to fucking 10-minute recaps in shonen, so
Gross.
yeah, it's fucking disgusting. But when you mentioned, yeah, I can't really excuse that but I didn't really notice it.
Yeah, It's just, why are you eating up screen time? Like, why are you eating up runtime, Tokyo Revengers?
Yep.
You don't need to do it.
So, something I was annoyed by.
Maybe because it was the first episode? I don't know.
Maybe, but at the same time, why do you need a recap? It's the second episode. But something I got annoyed by, or I suppose disappointed by what we were discussing last time in the first episode of this, is we were all theorizing how traveling back in time would work, and it being shaking hands with Naruto again. It's the most boring way they could have done it.
It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking dumb.
I mean, like,
Can't believe.
Seriously, how interesting would it have been for him to have to get himself into a situation where he would die, and to get back to the present again, he needs to convince someone to go and save him in the future.
Handshake.
Handshake. Fuck.
I like how upset you two are by this.
It's so dumb.
I honestly didn't care that much. I can see why you're annoyed, but I personally didn't care that much, but I just find it funny how annoyed you are.
Yeah, it's nothing on the show. It's just my own disappointment because we fucking theorized a much cooler way of doing it. Aside from that, him starting out again and, getting beaten up and going back to how he was, when he got sent back the first time, I feel like a regression of his determination at the end of last episode, in my opinion. Him being very lighthearted, like not lighthearted, but sensitive and polite as he was as an adult, instead of kind of going with the flow of how he used to be as a middle schooler. Because I know it's 12 years ago, but you at least know somewhat of how you acted back then.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised more people haven't questioned him about it.
Habits are hard to break, man. Like, when you get in that kind of, especially like that kind of mindset, the forcibly subservient to like try to avoid issues mindset, which is like an imposed mindset, like that doesn't come naturally to most people. I mean, there's a reason why the dominant submissive spectrum exists, but that's by nature. This is something that he had to force himself to be to kind of make ends meet, and that never really works out. Also, like, he spent the last 3 days not sleeping, being forced to like study all this information by her little brother, now older brother. Um,
That's fair.
and he's still wrapping his head around this whole thing. I will agree that the way it was paced was a little eh, but I get what they were going for and I get why they did it.
Yeah, but him going from that way to getting beaten to absolute shit and him remembering the absolute torture he went through in his middle school years, which, I mean, considering if you got beaten that fucking badly daily, of course he'd fucking repress those memories.
Yeah, and I mean, he never really moved past his middle school life, which, again,
Yeah.
they're middle schoolers. It's confirmed in this episode that those guys are middle schoolers, not high schoolers. They look like college kids. Anyway, um,
As they've been failed year after year.
it just doesn't make sense to me why they went with middle schoolers instead of high schoolers. It could have made everything so much easier and the romance less weird. But anyway, the show is what it is. Fucking, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, he never moved past his middle school like traumas, and he's still stuck thinking about it all the time. Highlighted by like, I never had a girlfriend except for middle school. Um, it's kind of he's now given a second chance to come to terms with those feelings. The moment that he believes himself to be his greatest failure when he abandoned both Hinata and his friends, which his friends, while fucking dorks, are actually pretty cool. Are actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, they're fucking Yankee problem kids, but that's just out of the fucking sheer thing of as a kid, like, hey, being a bad boy is cool, and them being complete nerds about it while also being nice people. They're genuinely good friends.
Yeah.
Which him realizing how much he cared for these friends makes his decisions and determination towards the end of the episode really hit home to me in a very feel good way when he gathers his determination and puts his well being and possibly his life on the line for his friend that he remembers and knows is going to have a near death experience in a few minutes if he doesn't do anything. So instead, he walks up and puts himself in
Shaking.
the same situation,
Shakingly scared.
shaking with fear, knowing that he will most likely get beaten to a bloody pulp like he did got beaten yesterday, but standing up towards the same guy who beat him bloody and broken and challenging him to a fucking fight. Through his fear or everything, that determination is respectable,
To say the
admirable.
least.
Manboy's gonna fucking get kicked though. Like he's gonna get his ass kicked.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm hoping he can put up a good fight, but he's gonna get fucking creamed.
He is fucked.
Oh yeah, he's fucking screwed.
I will say, I do really like Tachibana. She is good being. She is adorable. Although I'm not I'm not entirely sure how to feel about the scene they used her in this episode because it kind of feels like the one they did last episode a little bit.
It feels like they're retreading old ground, which I hope they won't do much more of, and actually get on with it. But yes, it just feel like he went back there again, and they had the same scene kind of again. Um, Not as much though, but I think he needed that after his physical and excruciating pain, along with his mental trauma being reawakened, and he was ready to run away, find Naoto and go back to the present and give up on all of it until he saw Hinata again and decided that, well, if I do that, she'll be dead, and I'm the only one who can actually do something about it. And despite it all, when he had to make the decision of do I run away and keep living my pathetic life or do I stay here and put my well-being and on the line and put myself in harm's way time and time again to try and save this girl that was the only girl I ever cared about. And him deciding to go through these ordeals of absolute pain that's in front of him is definitely a story I'm willing to follow.
I was trying to like find what, because I like the scene between them, and also like that whole scene with him downstairs and her on a balcony. That is an anime ending ass looking scene. Like I saw that, and fucking Inuyasha's ending 3, I think, come just started playing in my head the moment that I saw that. I mean, look at this.
Yep.
All it needs is like a gentle breeze showing that their hair is blowing, and then at one point it pans to her face looking down and his face looking up at her. But yeah, like I was trying to figure out, because like I really enjoy this scene. I think I liked it more than episodes 1, but there was something about it that just didn't hit home as much, even though like mentally I'm like, no, this is a better scene. And I think it's what you guys are saying, that it was kind of repetitive. It's still good. Like her being, her cute bye bye is really cute. Her being like, it's like, if I was a boy, I would kick all their butts because I take karate. I'm strong. Hell, I'm stronger than you. I'd probably be stronger than you. And like I was like, damn girl, like kick a man when he's down. But it's really cute because it just shows how great of a character she is, and how she can inspire him to be better too. Well, the whole my girlfriend is going to make me a better person thing isn't good. She is a good person, and if she gives him the reason to be better while he is also contributing and helping her, then all for it. Then I'm all for it.
Yeah. Although I will say, honestly, the last point I have about this episode: how the fuck have no teachers or police caught on to this pit fight? It's not exactly subtle.
Yeah, no.
Hey, when I was in middle school, we beat each other with hammers. They don't give a shit.
Teachers don't give a shit, and the amount of delinquents there with bats, chains, sticks, and who knows if they have firearms. Remember how the Japanese police works, right? A gun is a privately owned weapon. It is registered to the person, and each bullet comes from the policeman's salary. They are basically a small militia. This gang is a small militia, and it would take like the efforts of an entire precinct to suppress them. That is more effort than the local police may be willing to put in.
Is the Tokyo Manji gang supposed to be this Japan's equivalent of the Yakuza? Because I know it's a popular thing for anime to do, to like make the Yakuza into something else, because it's a big thing in Japan. You don't talk about the Yakuza.
No, I think the Tokyo Manji gang is supposed to be way smaller scale than the Yakuza.
Yeah,
Because the Yakuza also doesn't function on the way of walk around like a fucking Yankee punk and beat the shit out of people. It is more of a
Okay.
mafia kind of style where they run the things from the shadow instead of, violently abusing each other.
yeah, and Yakuza don't take punks, and if they do take delinquent punks, they put them in leather jackets or little
I
suits.
thought you were gonna say they put them in body bags.
That too.
Let's see, what else do I have to say about this episode? Oh, we got music. We got so yes, episode one's ending is actually our opening. So cool. I do like it. I do.
I I really liked the ending. I enjoyed
The
how
ending?
it's from Tachibana's perspective, a character who, yeah, the ending. It's because it's from Tachibana's perspective, and I actually really like her character. I do want to see more from her.
Yeah, the actual ending. Why is it so pretty and it works so well? Like the song is good and the visuals are like really touching. I I guys, I do not understand why this show is so fixated on the whole middle school thing. Like whoever is the writer of this show definitely has some kind of middle school experience that they're not over, because this would work so much better if it was high school. But otherwise, this does a fantastic job reminding us that, in fact, this is actually a romance anime.
Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't say it's necessarily romance. There's romance in it, but it's more of a battle time travel adventure, I'd say.
I don't know, just that ending. Well, I mean,
the romance is not the focus. The romance is a big motivator for the main character, but I don't see it ever being a large focus of them going on dates and everything. It's mostly just going to be that she is his motivator, from how I understand it. She's probably going to get in a lot of horrible situations with this gang and everything, and it's going to be a main focus of how to deal with that.
okay, fair enough, fair enough. I did make the Inuyasha comparison before for their closing, and Inuyasha is a shonen ass shonen, so and all of Inuyasha's endings were also like lovey dovey, like Kagome and Kikyo shit with Inuyasha. So okay, fine, fair. However, it's a little sad, right? Like you see Hinata's like melancholy, and she also never forgot about him.
Yeah.
I think I think the ending is showing her because she looks different than when she's a child. I think that's her as an adult.
Oh, it's definitely hers.
Walking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think that's the day she died. Like I think the ending is playing out showing her like the night she died.
That is very possible.
That's even sadder if you're right.
Because you can see the stall where she gets rammed into with the truck coon.
Really?
God damn it.
Doesn't
I hate
doesn't she walk next?
all the time.
Doesn't
Guys,
she
guys,
walk
try not to
next
talk
to
over
the
each other.
truck? Like the doesn't she walk next to the stall, like the store / stall?
I was paying attention to how pretty the lighting was in the ending. I will definitely look into that next time for episode 3.
You know, are we ready for cards?
Makan, did you have anything you wanted to say about the ending?
I don't remember that much. I mean, maybe I just didn't focus too much on the actual ending because I think I just decided to write a lot of notes. Then I should fucking focus on these things more.
No, I write all my notes during the endings as well, but I also have to remind myself that, like, wait, this is the first time we're actually seeing it, so I should pay attention.
Yeah. No, I need to actually be better on actually looking at that because I don't think I did. I just pulled it up and kind of rewatched it while we were talking. It is beautiful. It's great, and yeah, it's definitely from her perspective. And I don't think it might be about the day she died, but I think it might be a bit of a glimpse in her mindset of her in the future and how Hanagaki simply just leaving affected her. Because he just left. He didn't tell anyone. He just left and never came back.
He like moved to a different town or something too, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready for cards if you are.
Yep.
This show.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say this show still has my attention. This episode was a bit weaker than the first for me, but I'm still with it. I want it. I hope it picks up a little bit more. But I think we are going to get that in episode 3. So for now, I'm going to give it the fuck.
Okay. Personally, I'm giving this episode the fuck too. I remember ending the episode and actively being like, damn, because the cliffhanger got me. Because, like, you guys were talking about, like, him getting his shit. Like, I think this is going to be the thing that gets him into the gang. Like, people are going to be like, Tanigaki actually has fucking guts, alright? You can roll with us, boy. Whether or not he fights, whether or not he wins or he doesn't, like, if he actually, like, fights and tries something, I think they're going to respect him more. That's just my hypothesis. But yeah, no, like, damn cliffhangers. I want to know what happens in the fight. But yeah, this was cool. I really like this episode. Some of the premise is kind of dumb. Like, the handshake is simultaneously cool, but honestly, it's cool, but honestly, it's more dumb than anything. I already spoke to death about the whole middle school thing. Like, I don't get it. But
well, of course, Death is in chat.
What?
You said you spoke to Death about the middle school thing. She's in chat, of course.
I get it. But yeah, still, I love Hinata. I think she is the best, and I want to see her succeed. Honestly, I am rooting you. I see your keck meep. Uh, honestly, I'm rooting more for her than I am our main character, and she's the reason I want to keep watching the show because I think she's great.
I agree with Miguel on that. It's unnecessary to put it this early. High school would have been better, especially since it's how physically and violent it's seemingly it's going to be, and yeah, it's more something that kids that are borderline adults would be more capable of pulling and more likely to pull than middle schoolers. But at the same time, I am interested to see where this is going. I like the mechanics of a fixed time. They can go back in the past as it progresses, meaning that any choice they make cannot be explained away with, well, we time travel back again and fixed it. No, whatever decisions and actions happen here are final.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, and also, like, the middle school thing with the romance is kind of weird because he's a like 26-year-old in a 14-year-old's body, with a 14-year-old girlfriend, sure, but I don't see him doing or having the time to actually spend much time on their relationship with him trying to fucking save her.
Yeah, I mean,
I think if they hook up and reconnect, it's going to be in the present, and then that'll be more like reconnecting with someone you haven't met for 12 years.
yeah, here's
As
hoping.
long as they don't treat it like jobless.
Yeah, the thing is, though, like, in this case, he's just back in his own body, so he's kind of still himself, you know? And
Yeah, I mean,
Jesus
it's
Christ, does he have a complex about his middle school life? So it's almost as if he hasn't changed.
I mean, it kind of is, and I mean, it also makes sense with this trauma because fucking couldn't move past it. He saw that as the last time he had any good points in his life and everything. Regardless, we're rounding up on talking more about the show. I choose to fuck the show. I'm excited to see more. The cliffhanger was fucking amazing, and God, I want to see this boy beat some ass.
Same. I will say one last thing though before we switch over to our next show. I really really was hoping that when they would shake hands, nothing would happen and they would just stand there awkwardly.
It's so fucking funny.
Uh, it 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 didn't work.
Maybe my theory is wrong. The handshaking is fine. They need some way of doing it, and I mean, it doesn't need to be anything big and elaborate. I would just enjoy the drastic lengths they would have to go to travel between back and forth if it was by death. But hey, that might be enjoying Reese here too much.
Ah.
Let's move on to Mars Red, Episode 2, Meet Squad Zero. A ragtag group of vampires tasked with the extermination and dealings of vampires. Reporter Girl investigates combustions, and Code Zero hunts down a vampire couple. The corporal, chauffeur, gets bit and ends up dying. This show is still at a very weird point for me.
Yeah.
It's definitely very artistic and theater like we talked about before. If any, we were talking about speaking in verse. This show is essentially speaking in verse most of the time. By the it's also like kind of in a constant. I don't know what the ratio is, but I think it's widescreen ratio, which gives it more of a cinematic feel, and it's kind of the colors. And I don't know if there's a grain effect, but it kind of makes it feel like you're sitting down in the cinema watching it on a big screen.
Yeah. Yeah. I never actually realized that, but once you said that, it immediately clicked. Yeah, I know what you. Yeah, I get that vibe too.
Yeah, which is very reminiscent because the first time I talked about how I just fucking went to a theater show by pure whim And the same fucking cinema that has the theater show is the same play I've watched literally every movie I've ever watched in the cinema. So it's very. It just reminds me of the fucking theater house in the town I live near. But as for the actual show, it's not as confusing anymore with the actual story getting into play. It is about a vampire squad led by a human and trying to track down and capture or kill other vampires, depending on if they are able to, utilizing vampire strength to fight other vampire strength, and the emotional torment of the colonel, which I don't remember his name, um, dealing with his fiance being transformed into a vampire and having her fade away in the sun before he could even get to know her, and just going to leave flowers there and constantly being in a very angry and sad state of the vampires, and also, even though his squad being vampires, not wanting them to become monsters and therefore doing all the killing himself.
I I do like one particular. Oh, there's a couple of key moments, not even scenes, moments that I really appreciate in this episode. Um, I with Maida, Colonel Maida that you're talking about, or Maida, um, the scene where he steps out. I like that scene too, and I want to talk about the reporter girl a little bit too soon. But right now, focusing on Maida, he's very collected. His job is hard. You know that he's been through a lot of shit. Him, the idea of someone who hunts vampires for a living, like on the day to day, specifically vampires, stepping out each morning and looking up at the sun, saying, being thankful being thankful for it, and not knowing if he's going to be able to do the same thing the next day is brilliant.
Oh yeah,
Because at
it
any
is.
moment he can turn it. He can get killed. He can get turned into a vampire, which means he can no longer look upon the sun.
Yeah,
Like someone like that, thinking if this will be the last day he can gaze upon the day sky and stand underneath the warm sunlight, is so good. And I am honestly surprised I have not encountered this in other vampire fantasy writing, because we love the sun. We need the sun to live, not just because it grows our food, but also because it warms our bodies and like gives us energy, vitamin D. And you best believe that as a DM, I am writing that into my lore. Where like if they are vampire hunters, they will definitely like praise the sun in a way of just like, I hope I get to do this again the next day.
yeah, very thankful, but at the same time mournful and tired look of, okay, time for another day, but thank God for another day.
Mm, mm.
It's I don't know. I don't know how to describe a word, but like I really like characters like Colonel Maida. What's his name, right?
Maida, yeah.
Yeah. It's I I have a taste for hard ass motherfuckers who get the job done.
If I'm being honest, Maida is about the only character I liked.
I
The
yeah.
the four others, there's Token Scientist, new guy, but is apparently the strongest of them. Hardass, who's upset because Maida got promoted, and then there's Gas Mask Quiet Boy.
Yeah, I actually do like Gas Mask. I don't know if we've given his name. His name is Suwa. I see it on the My Anime list. I like Gas Mask Boy's like Ninja Boy's design, albeit he is a little edgy.
Edge of fuck. Call him the Edge Pyre.
I don't know if he's a vampire, but I do know that he is. I don't think he is a vampire because his eyes
Hello.
are in red.
He fucking teleported.
They're all vampires except Maida.
But his eyes are in
Yeah.
red.
But neither is the theater boy, but they are the same shape as the gas mask boy.
Oh, that's a good point. I mean, he
I think
teleported because he's a ninja.
Yeah, I don't think the eyes have to be red for them to be vampires. I think they just have to be the kind of sheenless and slitted. I think is the calling card for them being vampire eyes.
Mm. Maybe new vampires' eyes are red.
Maybe, or perhaps it's also a differentiating in power because the
Mm-hmm.
that's A was classified as A rank. His eyes are really red, while the one that's basically doesn't have any power is the like his eyes are basically brown.
Mm.
Um, talking about that, I don't remember his name, but the guy who was turned by an S rank vampire and became an A rank one, I really like him as a concept. I don't know much about it yet because we haven't interacted much with him, but he was a private in the military, which means he basically held little to no rank. He got turned real fucking strong by this, therefore he got a higher position, and at the same time he has hemophobia as a vampire.
Is that what it is?
He is he has a great distaste for blood. He is afraid to attack people. I can only imagine he has hemophobia.
Ah. I thought it was because.
Like he visibly recoiled while seeing blood before.
Yeah, I figured he wasn't a fan of. Like, I don't like blood. I don't want to eat blood. I don't eat blood sausage.
But whenever I cut myself, I'm like, yum, blood.
We now know why he likes the show.
But yeah, I find him very interesting. I don't care much for the characters yet, but I think that's just a limitation of how little we've seen of them so far. Because this was a lot about Maida and the reporter as well, mostly more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't make a judgment if I like the other characters or not yet.
What's the reporter's deal? I don't fully get why she's involved at this point.
I think from a theatrical or from like a narrative structure point, she is the common folk character. She is the voice of the people because everyone else is either military or vampire. But also, why the fuck did she tell the kid everything? I mean, like, yeah, he's a famous actor, but why?
I think she's just very nosy and she wants to find out. Like, I think she wears her opinion on the sleeve. She wants to write the truth. She wants to find out what's going on, and she's seen some shit. She's been in close proximity to some shit happening, and she is convinced that the truth is the supernatural things that are happening.
Mm. Don't get me wrong, I do like Aoi. I think she's. I actually do enjoy her character. I think she's spunky. She works for, like an opinion column, journal, which like he's like we don't care about hard hitting stories. We want to connect with the young woman and the youth, and just it's bullshit. And I thought
Yeah,
that's
I mean, I also like how he went, right about this, girls like you like this, right? She's like, yes! And then kind of catch herself like, wait, no, I shouldn't be so, but I do like this.
it's I thought it was funny. I really thought that scene was funny. It's also weird to see that portrayed in like this era, like in this time period that there's already like gossip columns and stuff like that, which is hilarious.
Listen, I don't care about the vampires. I want another pic of Spider-Man sinking a school bus.
Give me Spider-Man!
War. War never changes. But yeah, also speaking of that scene, this is another one of those little moments that I really, really liked in this episode. Um, when she's approached by the boy, right, the blonde kid who is all but confirmed to be a very powerful vampire. Um, what I really like what the show did with his shadow when he approached her. There was a car passing, and his shadow stayed solid, but it also rotated on the side as would it. Ominous, scary, and like I rarely get to see lighting and shadow work done that well in anime or anything really. So that isn't live action. So so good, so good, so good.
I mean, I do have to say, like, all of the shows we have in this in this our in our FMK, all our 9 shows that are left all have a fantastic look to them and do brilliant things with their art style a lot of the time.
Yeah, some less than others.
Some less than others, but I mean, we don't have any shows that outright look ugly.
I honestly, like, I joked about this in our first season of FMK Anime, which was autumn 2020. But, like, does ugly X Arm? But besides X Arm, does ugly anime even exist anymore?
They're far more rare, but there are some. They usually are the ones that decide to go for the full 3D look,
Mm.
like
That's
Ajin,
why I
most recent Berserk, X Arm.
Meep sounded like you had something to nominate.
I was just gonna say it's I judge shows now by like how, at least when it comes to our pretty show award, I judge them by like, okay, which of these shows stand out compared to the ones that just look kind of standard.
Yeah, I mean, there's a standard for anime now, and the what's considered real good quality is fucking high. But this show does some shit with it, and it has a unique art style which I appreciate.
It really does. Like, it does have a
I
unique grain.
I will ask, how did you two feel about the story that was told with this episode?
I think it's interesting how the vampires are in hiding, trying not to infect more people and living off having blood manufactured and or at least siphoned from people and sold to them, and the fucking bogus and kind of contaminated blood driving them crazy and stuff. I I like what the story's doing. I like where this might go. I mean, it's gonna have to ramp up and get some more intrigue than busting vampires every episode for it to be good. But where it seems to be going, I am definitely interested.
I can't shake the feeling that this show is still trying to emulate a Japanese theater as like theatrical vibe. Is it full on kabuki? No, obviously. JoJo's is more that than this, but uh, the depiction of character and pacing seems not identical, but reminiscent, if I was to pick a word, of traditional Japanese theater. Um, Obviously with some innovations, but like the shopkeeper being like this minor character, being very reserved, just delivering the story and the point while being mysterious, and them actually being like geisha esque aligns with that. And then the scenes kind of happen, even the way things are shown in these like cuts, right? Is in line with like older Japanese cinematography. Um, like I think this was the establishing. Like the first episode was to kind of like introduce us the world, and this was kind of to introduce us to the characters, like more full on, because they dropped all of Squad 16 this episode, which I want to get to in a minute. But um, I feel like another episode's in order to really get a feel for what they're gonna do, because I know there's a story brewing somewhere there. Like we might have like 1 or 3 more like vampire episodes, but then like the story's gonna kick into gear. It has to, because I'm with Makan. I don't think I don't think I the show's interesting to watch, but I don't think I want 12 episodes of just art house reminiscent cinematography of like vampires. Or maybe it will. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I mean, I also agree with the. Oh, okay, that's me echoing through your mic. Me. I also agree with the like things of first episode. They waxed really heavily dramatically to get the feel and the general aesthetic of the world, and the second one established a lot. So I hope the third one is going to go into getting some more details and bringing the story along more.
I'm at a point with this show that I was with Ikebukuro in our first season. I need it to give me something more. or else next episode I'm gonna make a decision that won't be favorable to the show.
Yeah, I can see, like, I get it. Like, we're gonna get to cards eventually, sooner than later. But yeah, like it's still in its setup phase, and I would like to see the show start executing past Act One. I mean, technically, well, no, this is still pretty Act One of it. Um, so in terms of like Shakespearean, and correct me if I'm wrong, all you theater kids out there, but I feel like this is like still in the realm of Act One in a Shakespearean play. Um, Personally, I'm intrigued by it. I think there's a I'm still at the point of like show me what you're gonna do show, but if you're at a point where it's like the thing I don't get about this episode is like why did the very nice, I mean, I knew the nice private was going to die. I thought he was going to die in the first episode because he was just a good boy telling us about his wife, but why did he have to die? Like, they were all lining their shots on him, and OP vampire A-class boy was already killed one with his sheer fucking aura. Why didn't he stop the female vampire who just seems to be at below his power level? I didn't see the point of that death. Also, they all had their guns trained on her. It's just like it didn't feel well paced, or like there was no like resolution for it afterwards. It just happened, and I get it. Soldiers die, like that's part of the mentality, but it just kind of happened.
Dal, you said A rank vampire boy killed someone with his aura. He never killed anyone. He couldn't push himself to actually hurt them.
I'm pretty sure he eradicated the husband, the boyfriend.
No, he got in front of him
No,
and
that was someone else.
he got in front of him and pushed him to the ground with a lot of force, sure, but he got up no problem before Ninja Boy teleported in front of him and stabbed him in the heart.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, A-class boy,
I mean, I'm still.
Yeah, go on, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, I'm still with you where I don't kind of get the point of the chauffeur's death. I felt no emotional resonance with it, other than the fact that it felt like, oh, they were trying to kill someone this episode, so they just kind of killed him.
Yeah, they killed a good boy.
I didn't get any emotional impact from it.
I'll be perfectly honest, I didn't even know it was the chauffeur until you fucking mentioned it was.
I think it's the good boy. It was dark. I couldn't tell, but I'm pretty sure they killed the good boy.
It would make sense.
It's the chauffeur from episode 1 that has a fiance.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, fiance, not wife. Yeah. Also, I like how when they were showing off their fucking riflemen, they're like, these are the cream of the crop, and they miss all of their shots, like fucking stormtroopers.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's also because the vampires, fast as fuck boy.
No. They were shooting targets, and it didn't show a single shot hitting. I know that it was implied that they hit, but it showed the targets, it showed them fire, and then it just didn't really show anything. So it felt like they all missed.
I guess I didn't focus on that, but yeah, that would be fucking stupid.
Well, are we ready for cards, gentlemen?
Before the cards, we got an opening.
Oh.
It was decently pretty.
Right.
Oh.
I forget what the fuck the opening was.
Okay, well, let me talk about it, and maybe we'll jostle your memory. I did think it was pretty. Nothing like wow, but pretty. The shooting stars in the lapscapes were really good. Like, there was moments where like there was like shooting stars across the sky over like an old palace. I thought that was really pretty. But the character animation scenes felt a little off, especially with the scientist doctor guy. But I still don't know how spoilery it was, because like I felt it was really spoilery, because like, all right, well, it just introduced us to a bunch of fucking characters we haven't met, and then literally the next scene is like, here are all these characters you have not met. I was like, okay, but like I can't tell how much was actually revealed or not, which I guess is a good thing? Question mark. Either way, without the start of the episode, I didn't know who any of the crew was, and I was upset because I'm like, oh, cool. Well, now we know now we know someone's going to get turned into a vampire, and then it actually turned out to be someone on the team that is a vampire. But it's also like implying that he turns on them. Uh,
Mm. I really like the intro. I mean, it, like you said, the entire show seems to be kind of Japanese theater style, and this thing definitely has heavy like kabuki or at least Japanese theater style, at least with the very thematic instruments and a lot of the shots and I remember the one like reporter girl dressed up like the Maeda's fiance,
mm,
like dancing through the water and flowers and everything, like having different like panels with that in between that aren't really symmetrical.
mm.
That really had like the feel of that. I don't really know what that is, but it really has the feel of like Japanese theater or at least theatrical Japanese media.
Hmm, hmm, hmm. Did that jog your memory, Meep?
Not really. So I guess my opinion on the opening is that it's overall forgettable. Because I remember watching it. I don't remember what it was.
Fair enough. I mean, honestly, I was fine with the whole kind of like prelude into the episode, but I mean, it's fine. We'll see. We'll see. But I guess we'll see what we'll see or won't see once we hold up cards, boys.
I'm gonna give this show one more fuck for now. We'll see how episode 3 shakes out, but it's very tentative. It's that fuck that you know you probably shouldn't do, but you're liquored up just enough.
Ass is thick.
Go ahead, Makan. Ass is thick.
Well, like I said, that ass is thick, and I do enjoy the thickness. I don't know what to say. I mean, I was interested in the first episode, and I've even more so. I love the art style, and now that we're getting somewhere with the story, as long as it keeps ramping and keeps getting a bit more interwoven, I'm going to love this show. So I'm fucking it.
Yeah, the for me, the pacing continues to have an off feeling for me. I know part of it is the artistic choice to keep things theatrical, but I might I don't know. It might still take me a moment to kind of calibrate my mind for it. But this show has had a couple of subtle moments throughout the episode that make me want to keep watching. At least for now. I'm also fucking this show, but it really does need to start bringing something for me to warrant my desire to invest more of my already limited time.
Alrighty. Trifecta for Mars Red, episode 2. Let's
An
move on.
apprehensive trifecta.
Yeah. Let's move on to The World Ends With You, the animation, episode 2. Shikoku tells about her dream of being a fashion designer before they tackle their mission. Shiki gets freaked out seeing her friend, and the next day they make people look at a screen before the mouth of Sauron tries to blast them. They they survive, and Shiki tells Neku that when you die, you go to the Reapers game, revealing that they are actually dead. Bum bum bum. Shyamalan
who,
twists.
who could have seen that coming?
I didn't think too
It's
hard on it, so I didn't.
theory.
Oh, one at a time, boys.
That's just a theory. A Reaper's game theory.
I was ready for you to be a Shinigami theory. Makan, what were you saying?
Well, I didn't think too hard on it, so I was kind of a bit like interested by the twist reveal. It's not too unexpected, but I wasn't really trying to think ahead. So I'm like, oh,
Eh.
neat. That has some implications.
Shinigami are the Soul Reapers, like the spirits of the afterworld, Death's angels of Japan mythology.
I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. Like them being dead, yeah, not too surprising. Though it is interesting what other it entails. You need to give something up to enter the Reaper's game.
Yeah, so she
Like
had to.
Shiki gave up her appearance, and Neku gave up his memory.
Oh,
I mean, that has to be what it
fuck.
is.
Ah, that didn't click until now. Well done.
Yeah.
What did you do, Neku? What did you do that led you to die or kill yourself? Because that's the implication too, right? That Shiki killed herself.
Yeah, mm, well, I mean,
She
it's
said
implicated.
she died
It,
in that.
Me,
yeah, her.
me.
Go on, maybe say it again.
I already said it. I said she died in an accident. She said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, her friend talked about how she died in an accident, but I mean, that's from her perspective. Shiki might have thrown herself into traffic, but considering how excited and willing she is to return to fulfill this dream, I don't think she, with that kind of determination, killed herself.
I'm. It's weird. I enjoyed the show. I do like. I personally like how this show looks. It is super fucking stylish, and I swear to God, they are emphasizing Shiki's hips. Not like hips as in butt, but like her waist, her literal waist, more and more each episode. But like, had to sneeze.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait, did you see that as an interruption? I'm just agreeing with you.
No. I had to sneeze. But yeah, the show's super fucking stylish, and I dig it. The show has like this nostalgic vibe to it, and I can't tell if it's because it's from a game of 2009 or 2007, whenever it came out, or if it's because like it feels like a Saturday morning cartoon to me.
I can help you out with that a bit. I'll be perfectly honest. I kind of came around to the 3D art style as well. It looks a lot better in this episode to me. Um, because when I looked at the 3D art style in the combats now, it didn't look as janky. It didn't look as slow FPS. It didn't look stuttery and stiff. It reminded me of a lot of art styles in early games that use cell shading, where they were still low polygon and kind of blocky, but the cell shaded look gave it a very distinct feel.
Mm,
Games like Radio,
yeah.
it's definitely a feel, or more closely related to me is a game called Lethal League Blaze, but then again, it's emulating the feel of Jet Set Radio a lot. And the general music style, the cityscape, and everything is also reminiscent of Jet Set Radio, which is never a game I played, but it's definitely a game I saw a lot about when it first came out, and it is definitely a style I enjoy.
Meebers?
I'll be honest. I'm still getting nothing out of this show. I feel like I'd get more out of playing the game.
Fair enough. For me, the issue is that, like a Saturday morning cartoon, like many Saturday morning cartoons, the pacing is the main problem for me in this show. Because they talked about these emotional things, like the two friends having a fight because she thought her boyfriend was cheating on her with her friend. Which, girl, if you think that about your best friend, why is she your best friend? Like that seems unhealthy. Um, and like even the scenes with Shiki, like it just there's no other way to put it. The pacing of the dialogue plays out like a RPG. Like you press A to go through the dialogue because sometimes it continues for the sake of continuing, and like an auto like if you turn the dialogue to auto in a game, sometimes it doesn't have the pause it needs for things to land emotionally. And like there was a lot of times where things just did not land. Like Shiki's my favorite character thus far. I think the blonde girl, I think her name was Rhythm.
Yeah, Beat and Rhythm
Yeah,
is the other ones.
yeah. I think she's cute, but we're not really. She's basically fucking Yuki from Horimiya. It's like I have no agency in life because like I don't know, I'm insecure. Uh, she's cute, but like I don't have much with her. And Shiki's like a genuinely good person, but like even her whole shtick, like it didn't land for me because like I'm misremembering things. I read into it myself because like the show didn't give me enough to kind of really sink my teeth into and digest, for lack of a better term, to go along with the metaphor.
Um, I can definitely agree with you on like the how JRPG a dialogue box the conversation with Shiki felt. Though I think the girl who thought that the other one was cheating on her. I mean, sure, they're best friends, but at the same time, we've already seen that the noise amplifies negative emotions, which means it just makes them fester. Which means
Oh,
she got the seed of doubt by seeing them talking with each other, and the noise just made that go fucking wild.
okay. I thought the noise is generated by people going neurotic, but okay, cool. That if that's the case, that makes way more sense. Because I was like, this kind of brings doubt to their whole relationship overall. I'm like, yo, girl, like, why are you so quick to? I mean, I'm sure you've. It's because someone hurt you, but like, you're gonna lose friends that way. Don't do that. Don't stop.
I mean, yeah, noise has been seen to generate when people turn neurotic and is, created by bad emotions, but at the same time, we've also seen it just making bad emotions fester, as it did with Neku when he was overtaken by it.
Okay. Okay.
That's
Cool.
at least my 2 cents on that.
My biggest, uh, other than the pacing, my biggest issue has just been so far that I don't care about the struggles because I don't really care about any of the characters so far.
You don't
I
care
feel like
about
I've been
Shiki?
giving. I mean, she's a good girl,
She's
and
a good bean.
we got her whole shtick this episode, but I haven't. I don't. It's hard to explain. I just feel like I haven't been giving. I feel like we haven't been given enough time with any of the characters, and that's honestly up because of pacing. We've gone through
Yep.
5 of the 7 days.
I mean, I think the next two episodes are going to be rhythm and beat, and then Mr. Fifth Player we were introduced to in the opening, which we should talk about, and then the sixth mystery old dude. I don't know. Like the show's setting up more than we're being shown. That's for sure.
But like um, the show has already also established, like you can't be a player alone, so there has to be someone going with the fifth player in the opening if that's the case, which leads me to believe that it's not a fifth player but some sort of antagonist.
Mm.
It's just
Also,
it's
there are more
jarring.
players. Sorry, go ahead.
It's just super jarring already being 5 or 6 days in at this point.
I completely agree. I mentioned this in the first episode where I'm just like, okay, cool. We're 3 days in the first episode, but I I agree with you, Meep. But I also acknowledge that what is happening right now is that we're adhering to a red herring structure. We're like the show like we expect it to be day by day. So when the show doesn't do that, we're like, well, hold on a minute. Uh, so like just to kind of like step back for a moment and be like, maybe the show is gonna do something with this. But again, that's just a maybe.
It clearly is gonna do something with it. Because I mean, hey, if they do it like this show's only gonna be 3 episodes long, which I doubt. Um, but I think it is also supposed to be jarring because I mean, sure, several days have passed, but the characters have only like spent 10 minutes to like 3 hours in each day before they get like conked out and fucking static shifted to the next day. So I mean, it's disorganizing and as expedient and as much of a blur to them as it is to us, I assume.
It's just I think it's suffering from what Dal said in the first episode is this is probably much better paced in the game because you have
Mm-hmm.
all these fights, you have all these like random encounters. Like
It
you
Yeah,
have to do grinding and all that. It's just it feels like things are going by like left and right way too quick and it's just leaving me uninterested.
it really does feel like this show expects us to play the game. Like it's I'm sorry, it's either the show expects us to have played the game already, which this is supposed to be hyping the show up for. This is supposed to be hyping up the game for the new game, the sequel that's coming out, and it's not doing a good job because it either expects us to have played the game, which then this is just made for the fans, and you already have them. You don't need to sell them on the sequel, or this is just I don't know. I haven't played the game. I don't know how much content they're working with. Maybe they really are doing their best with what they have. But right now, us with no context, I mean, I don't know about you, Makan, but me and Meep at least are feeling like scratching our heads, being like, okay, I guess we're doing this now.
Yeah, I
From what
mean,
understand, sorry,
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, from what I understand, it seems like fans of the game aren't even enjoying this much either.
Hitting a mic.
Like, oh, I was just sorry. I was just saying. From what I understand, it looks like fans of this game aren't enjoying it. Aren't enjoying the anime either. So, I haven't played the game, but this certainly doesn't make me want to play the game, and it also doesn't make me want to continue the anime. So I'm just left scratching my head.
I mean, I've been enjoying the fights, and the art style is just fucking. I love the art style. It is.
Yeah.
It's the kind of
It's
art
cool.
style I love.
It's cool. Good job, Square. It's
Yeah.
cool.
On the contrary, seeing like I'm interested in the concepts this brings the story that it has, and seeing how quickly this is paced and how perhaps poorly managed it might be in comparison. We don't have a frame of reference. I'm kind of thinking like if like when this show dies or when we finish the season, I might just try and see if I can find the game to play it and experiencing it and see what the original product is.
I think Nintendo released it on Virtual Console, so you might be able to play it that way.
Well, Virtual Console is only on the Wii, isn't it?
I think it's on the Switch and 3DS too. I might be wrong. It's been a while since I picked up my Switch or 3DS. My friend has my Switch. I need to get it back from him.
I'll have a look into that.
Yeah, my 3DS is in the corner in its case.
Somewhere probably discharged. But I decided to kill it the first episode, but it really turned me around, and I enjoyed Neko's standoffish but still caring personality, along with Shiki's insecurities and despair that she desperately hides so much with her cheerful personality. It's interesting, and I want to see more of it.
Yeah, like what the show has given us is pretty good. It's just it doesn't feel connected. Like things going on, I'm like, okay, like I still get the feeling of like, okay, we're doing this now. Like I'm still enjoying what I'm seeing. But I mean, yeah, I don't want to speak in circles. I've mentioned it, but yeah. I agree with you, Makan. I definitely want more out of the show. Like my dissatisfactions aren't coming with me being like not liking the show. It's coming from me wishing to be getting a more consistent experience.
Exactly.
That being said, there were two bits this episode that I really liked. One was the music, especially when they were finishing off the noise from those two girls. Like it really kicked it up, and I'm like, yo, this is fire. This is dope.
It's those funky, fresh beats.
Funky fresh beats. And then the second thing, Nyantan. I like Nyantan, and that whole conversation with Nyantan. Also, Rhythm is a good girl. She's also a good bean because she could tell that Shiki was being made to feel uncomfortable. So she like, oh, I love your stuffed animal. It's super cute. And she's like, oh, you mean Nyantan? Nyantan? Yeah, I made Nyantan. And I'm like, Nyantan.
Similar spot. We haven't given him what I got on me.
I was just gonna correct it. Their name is Rhyme.
Rhyme.
Because beat
That
and
was-
rhyme.
Yeah.
Similar but different. I know we're giving Rhythm a lot of attention. I also enjoy Beat. I love his musclehead personality, and kind of violent optimism. Um, at the same time, I have a theory of considering that everyone died and they had to give up something. I haven't really figured out what he might have given up, but I'm quite sure he died in some horrific skateboard accident.
Probably.
Can't believe you went up against Adam.
Yeah.
Also, not to go back, but like Nyantan, it only works for us like Japanese weebs, for not Japanese, for us English like Westerner weebs, because Nyantan translates literally into meow pet,
Yes.
but it's really cute when you say it outside of context. It's like cat
Definitely. Cat pet.
Should we talk about the opening and ending, then cards?
pet. Sounds exact. That sounds perfect for me.
Opening, I'm not the biggest fan of the art style, so visuals didn't work for me, and I could definitely tell that the song they were originally intending to use was swapped for a different one. Felt like
Really,
the
you
song
think
kind
so?
of didn't fit. I felt like the song kind of didn't fit.
Ironic to me because I personally enjoyed it. Like I thought it did fit, like the song fit and the visuals fit the aesthetic. That being said, visually it got a little noisy at times. No pun intended. It just it's in that middle part. It just got a little too much. Like I know this is all like the song. It does like the song is. Would I listen to it in my personal time? No, but it's this kind of sarcastic. It's kind of like trash rap where it's meant to be like their clothing, like their design, oversaturated, really loud, chunky in lyrics. If that if that makes sense, and
Yeah.
that's why I feel like it fit what we were. It fit the vibe, it fit the aesthetic. But there's sometimes there was way too much going on screen, and there was a lot happening in general. But there were moments where I was just like, okay, that's it's a little much. Still, pretty cool and stylish. So I thought it was cool.
Yeah, for most of it, I just love the funkiness of the music. I think it fits perfectly with our style. Like a very Jet Set Radio and
Yeah.
a Lethal League Blaze kind of style. Because I mean, they have kind of the same composers for it.
Especially for the Japanese aesthetic.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I me loving that style. I mean, the music is what kind of made that click, along with the 3D animation in the opening. And I just like, yeah, no, this is what this reminds me of. I'm fucking here for it. I like that. And I like the most of it. Like you said, like the middle part where it just gets a lot like noise. They're adding a lot of like extra layers and effects that doesn't need to be there. But like once the middle section cuts out and it's just like the music and no rap, I'm like, yeah, that's good shit. I do enjoy the rap solo. It's good.
I like we have the three gradients of me just like, yeah, it really didn't do anything for me and I think it didn't fit. I was like, yeah, I think it fits. It's not really my thing, but like I enjoyed it for what it's supposed to be and it works. And you're just like, yeah, this is fucking great. I love it. I love it all.
I'm just like fucking. It reminds me of shit I got into recently, even though they're pretty old, and I'm just yeah.
Nah, Jet Set Radio is a very good callback or a very good reference because it's another one of those expressions of like Japanese graffiti skater punk, and I think this hits it really well. Like very like alt punk.
I mentioned the ending. I don't remember it.
It was
It's
cool.
it's cool. It's a lot of like still shot and concept art with no real animation, just shading. It's a different like shading style and a more detailed one, I suppose.
Yeah. Like
I loved how it looked.
yeah, I dug the song, and the character on the stills was very good. It's kind of how Kingdom Hearts 1 to like the new Kingdom Hearts promotional work is put. Like their lips are flushed, they are drawn far more prettier. Everyone is more detailed, micro detailed, like the shading, the highlighting, the line art. It's the hair, the lighting and shading was very different. Like it just it looks prettier.
Yeah,
Shame that it's all stills though, you know?
yeah, but it looks more concept art and style. I don't think they would go through kind of figuring out how to animate an entirely new style just for the outro.
Yeah, it felt like I was looking through a portion of an audio like art book, like you get with like digital collector's editions. What was that?
Yeah.
I'm glad you
You know what?
agree, person in the background.
Yeah.
Are we for the cards now?
Yep, I'm ready.
I'll go first. Oh, you want to go first, me?
Now you can go first if you want.
Yeah. The pacing continues to be this show's main issue for me, or my main issue with this show. Honestly, it's its one downfall. Like, things are happening really fast, and revelations and emotional moments come and go way too quickly. It's almost as if the show is being done with the implication that we're supposed to already know what happened, or what is happening. Well, that part is jarring. It hasn't been so bad that this show has lost me. Yet. Shiki's a good bean, and I personally enjoyed the combat, though there were parts where I was going, what the fuck? I'm just like, what is, wow, okay, what's happening? Half fuck. Half a fuck. Gonna fuck. Fuck. Eggplant. But, like, I hope the show slows down and it lets us catch our breaths.
So you're saying you fuck it with malicious intent?
Not malicious intent, but they didn't really inspire me. Like, I still made sure that they came and had a good time, but I could have. I know inside that I could have done more. I wish they had done more too. I would have done more if they had done more. There we go. Take it away, me.
Well, you heard it here, folks. Neku's a dead fish in bed, and he's also gonna be a dead fish when he's also a dead fish when I throw him into the ocean, cut the power line. I'm killing this show.
Um, me eating this fucking fish and me by a famous quote from Code Geass. I'm gonna pleasure myself with this fish.
Uh, I don't remember that one.
It's a real fucking line. Yeah, no, I choose to fuck this show. I chose to kill it last week, but I mean, it kind of swayed me with how it is, and the opening opened my eyes to other things like it that I enjoy, and it really made me see it for what I kind of was just brushing off as a game tie-in anime because I've seen them crash most of the time before, man, like I did with Persona 5. But yeah, I just fucking.
Alrighty. Double fuck and a kill for The World Ends With You, the animation.
Episode 2.
Let's move on to Shadows, episode 2, where Emiliko is summoned to clean outside her room and learns about the outside. She makes herself a doll and fixes a doll she got wet, making Kate angry with her. She then falls out a window and runs into another shadow, calling her a failure and telling her that the grandfather may discard her.
So, quick clarification. I think just the way you phrased it sounded misleading. She gets the doll wet. Kate gets mad at her, and then she repairs her doll and makes one to further mirroring Kate. Or that's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, that's what happened. It wasn't that she made the doll, got it wet, then Kate was mad. It was just the way you phrased it. I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I God, I really swung around to this show compared to last episode where I was like, yeah, it was capturing me at the end. This episode captured me more and had me entranced.
Mm.
Especially at the part when the shadow is talking with Kate and seeing like, oh, the dolls make the expressions, they're supposed to copy the movements of the shadows. Like it's
Yeah.
really interesting and intriguing.
It's creepy too because oh, sirens.
Yeah, and when the dolls are talking about, yeah, no, as long as we're serving our masters, we're happy. I'm just sitting there going, it's like you look happy when you say it, but it makes me uncomfortable that you're saying it.
Yep.
Like,
They are literally their faces, their facial expressions. Which is a shame because Sarah's a fucking bitch. And Mia is like really pretty, and I liked her when she's not being her face.
yeah, she seemed really nice. Then it was like, oh yes, you have to mimic my movements. It's like, oh no, Emiliko, you poor bean. What about you,
Well, I
Gucci
mean,
Man?
Mia Shadow's a bitch.
She is. She's not
Yeah.
nice. Sarah's kind of a cunt.
I don't have too much to say about this episode. I mean, I liked how it continued what I enjoyed with the first episode, with a lot of cute stuff with the dolls getting together to clean a lot at the house, and the gloomy stuff about the doll getting wet, and like, Kate getting so damn angry that the soot is permanent until she reconciled with her. Um, it's like describing a lot of lore with the shadows and how they work, and so did the scene with Mia and her shadow. Um, but it kind of felt like it kept going into the same groove the first episode did instead of actually doing too much new stuff. I mean, sure, it expanded on what we knew, but it didn't really give me too much insight into the sinister part, apart from like, oh yeah, if you don't become better, you're gonna get discarded, and it's just like vague threats. Not sure if that's real or if it's just you being a bitch.
Yeah, I'm also like holding out, maybe the right term, but like I'm still waiting for it. I'm waiting for like, fuck you, people outside. He answered back. Um, I'm still waiting for that dark hook that I feel is just looming over us, just creeping in the back.
I think that's honestly my favorite part of the show. There's all this cute stuff, but you know there's something sinister, and at any moment it can come out. Like with when fucking Emiliko fell out the window,
Yep, she's
and
dead.
it's just yep, it's this underlying like sinisterness of like the way they talk to about how the only thing that matters is their masters. It's just really creepy how
Mm-hmm.
happy they are when they're talking about it. Just like how happy they are being these subservient borderline slaves.
Especially if
Like
you like operate with the assumption that the shadows stole their identities and stole their lives.
That's just my running theory. Um, I mean, well, I agree, but at the same time, it, it is reminiscent of the Promised Neverland, and I think the only reason I got into that show as hard as I did is because they delivered on the underlying stuff quite fast.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, this show hasn't yet,
That
which
might
is
be another reason why they haven't, though, right? Because they did it so fast with Promise Neverland, and this is the same studio, so maybe they're trying to avoid it feeling too much like Promise Neverland.
which might be the case. But the Promised Neverland was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
it might
Um,
it might just be a case of the manga being a bit slower.
it might be, but as it stands out now, it's kind of giving me the feel that it's going to be a cutesy show with some conflicts and rivalries between the shadows and an overhanging like sinisterness that is never going to be delivered on. Is what I'm feeling at the moment.
That would be a disappointment, wouldn't it? But also,
Thanks.
that's not entirely fair because we can only judge a show on what it has done, not on what it didn't do or should have done, or what we wanted it to do.
Yeah, but at the same time, the show sets up expectations with its with what it does, and when it doesn't deliver on what you wanted to see from it, that's your decision on if you want to watch it or not.
Yeah, no, fair. Fair, fair, fair. The knife is yours to cast.
If I decide to. But I mean, still, the show looks great. Emilico is still as cute as ever. I like Kate as well. How she tries to be cold and emotionless, but cares a lot and has a lot of emotions. But she's just distanced herself because apparently she's a failure to the other shadows, which hasn't been explored that much.
Whatever, Sarah. Kate's outfit is better than yours.
True, objectively true.
I love the scene where Kate was running through the halls, like looking so she doesn't get seen, like it's some sort of grand error that she's out of her room. I found that incredibly fascinating. I
Impli-
want to see that expanded upon.
Implication wise, that was exactly what it was. I'm glad you pointed it out too. However, I'm glad you also mentioned this scene because there's something I wanted to discuss with you guys. So, the scene transition between doors for Kate, you know, when she like left her room and then ran to the second door and then opened it and then like opened the second door and went down the hallway. Did anyone else feel like get the feeling like that was super video gamey, like almost Resident Evil 1 esque?
Kinda, I guess.
Like the camera angles and the way like she like opens a door, runs, and you see like the room with the other door there. She runs up to it, opens that door, kind of goes down the hallway, runs toward the camera, the angles off to the side, runs through the hallway. It felt really video gamey for me, not in a bad way, but like I looked at that and I'm like, oh, should I be holding a controller right now?
Oh shit, this is gonna be a quick time event?
Yeah, or a QuickTime event even. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Meep, you're a Resident Evil fan. Like, I'm curious to see if you got that vibe.
Personally, I didn't really get that vibe. That was more because I was expecting, like this is an anime. This is just the artsy way they're showing that she's going through the house being sneaky.
Fair enough. It just, I don't know why, but it Resident Evil 1 or like JRPG like hit me right away. Like it really felt like I was either watching like a Tales game or a Resi 1 game because it's just I don't know. I already said my piece on it. I just wanted to pitch this to you guys because especially the door between doors, like she opened the door to another door. I'm like, what video game puzzle door is this? Like, what you see that like gem, the red gem with the blue things around it? I'm like, you need the red gem key to open this door. What the fuck?
Ah,
I also
other than that, I don't.
if you don't have much, I'll take it away. I really like the music of the scene where Kate was running through the hallway. I thought that was really good. The show does atmosphere really well.
Oh, did you watch the ending this time?
I did. And are you talking about the after credit scene?
If there was an after credit scene, I didn't watch it, but like the ending is in the ending visuals and ending song.
I did listen to it again. The song starts off like Slavic and operatic, and then it just turns into again what I wasn't expecting.
I love the visuals and the song.
They're good. They're good.
And there was a post-credit scene. It's when Mia is walking back into her room where she sleeps, and it pans up to her face, where you see her have a look of anger on her face.
Which to me implied that she resents her master. And also, the thing that I was most fascinated by that scene is that her room is covered in soot,
Right, I forgot about that part of it. Yes,
specifically handprints. So I wanted to ask
footprint.
you guys because I have three takes on this. One, Kate went into her room and fucked her shit up for fucking with her and Emilico. Two, Sarah's a real bitch and she fucks up her room to fuck with her. Three, Mia, while being shown as super competent and kind in the beginning, and I do want to go back to the beginning scene because I think it's really good, um, is actually not good at her job. She is a far better face than she is a maid or, whatever.
Of the three, I want to imagine it's the Kate one because That would give a lot more insight into how Kate is, and I would love that.
Yeah, I would. That would be amusing to me, but I don't think so as well because Kate seemingly doesn't leave her room often. I think it is Sarah was the Shadow's name, right? I think it's more her going in there and just fucking making a mess of it because, like, fuck you, clean the shit up.
But also, like, now, I don't know if I'm remembering this correctly. Wasn't, like, Sarah's room really soot covered, too?
I don't think we ever saw her room.
I feel like the after credits scene opened up with a corner of Sarah's room and then Kate flipping the door.
Did it?
Also, Sarah has a big sword.
Oh yeah, I'm just scrolling through the episode to make sure. Yeah, it looks quite dirty. You are
Which
right.
is a shame because, like, in the beginning, it was only dark because it's nighttime. Okay, maybe that's to reality. It could just be the shading of night, but her room was definitely dirty. Dirtied up.
Yeah, I mean, do you mean Mia's or do you mean Sarah's?
Sarah's.
Yeah,
No. Mia's.
yeah, definitely. But like from the looks of it, looking at the like part we see, sure it's dark, but it also looks like the walls and the sword itself is smudged.
Mm-hmm. And I would assume a show done by this studio and the way we see characters done would not smudge something unintentionally with texture.
Yeah, with how much focus it is on the soot being a indicator of the shadow's like mental state, yeah, I think that's not unintentional.
However, seeing as much as it hurt me because I actually really liked Mia in the in the beginning of the episode, seeing her mirror Sarah's like, I mean, her personality is the bitchy princess, right? It's the mean, cruel, bratty princess, and just the fucking sarcastic curtsy, the tilt of can't tilt my head, the tilt of the head, the blank, the closed eyes, bitchy smile. Like it was, while creepy, also like fun to see because it's like ooh, ripples of bad times.
Oh yeah, I
Which
I
I'll
was
take the silence to talk about the opening scene. I thought it was really nice seeing Emilico join many of the other dolls, quote unquote. Um, I also found it to be quite funny where Mia's like, I see, you're the silent type. And I'm just like, no, she is not. Did I disconnect? Hello?
I think you might. Dal, you there?
Hello.
Hey, so that's an issue there. Yeah, like the that girl being quiet, like from the opening alone, like with her Shadow Master being so clingy and close with her. I'm not sure what to think of that, but
Oh,
it's certainly intriguing.
not even her. When Mia to Emilico was like, I see, you're the strong, quiet type. In my head, I was just shouting, no, she is not.
Right, yeah, that comment. It's like, no.
Also, the second best thing about that scene, suit, suit. Here's your suit, and I'm like, suit. Hashtag suit.
Yeah, it's fun stuff.
Suit. I think it's cute, and she got really happy about being gifted a third pair of clothes, third set
I
of clothes.
I think it's only her second because I'm quite sure like her trying on Kate's clothes was only a like
No.
temporary thing.
She has her workwear, her maid attire, and she has her sleeping or like
Ah,
undergarments.
right, yes.
And we mentioned it for the opening, but we didn't talk about it. I think Emilico going out of her way to research, dry, repair, and remake Kate's doll, which Kate got really like we just brushed over it, but Kate got like she had angry anime mom hair. Like her hair flared out and her suit became this aura of like darkness. Like whatever that doll is, for the first time we see Kate actually get upset, like angry. And just, Emilico makes herself a little doll too, cause so that she can quote unquote mirror her master, and then she falls out a window trying to save her own doll.
Yeah, I mean, it's like more the thing that Kate said, like you wouldn't understand, you don't treasure anything, and it's just like, okay, well I'll learn to treasure something then.
That scene hurt my feelings for Emilico's place.
Yeah, I also like it gives some interest to what the doll might represent. If it was a gift from Kate's mother or parents or grandparent or anything, or if every shadow has a doll that is looks like them and is intrinsically
Intrinsically.
intrinsically, yeah, it's a word that my mouth just went, nah, fuck you. um Intrinsically linked to them and has some sort of importance to their well-being, or simply kind of like a voodoo doll or something.
They did highlight it, right? Like when she was cleaning, the doll was the only thing drawn into the picture and not background.
There was a few other things. There was a book. There was a vase with flowers.
Okay.
There's a few things on there. But yes, seeing as the doll looks like Kate, it might have some special significance to Shadows in general, or just her personally.
I'm curious to see what happens because when it got wet, I expected Kate to get wet too, but that didn't happen. She just got really upset. So there has to be something there.
Maybe it's
You
just
see,
maybe it's more of a thing where the doll gets affected by something, which drives the shadow to get affected in the same way, which might be why she went and took a bath. But then again, she's also done that when she gets upset.
yeah. What about you, me? What do you think? Because right now, you see, like we're digging. We're digging for something here. We want something. Give it to us, Shadow House.
Well, say that.
Shadow's house.
Well, you
Which,
say that,
by the way,
but Meep had an emergency that came up, and he's gone right now.
oh, all right.
It's kind of why I've been
Yeah,
trying
like
to
we.
talk in circles of it.
I mean, we're not talking circles. We're discussing, but I didn't realize that uh, I think you might have. Yeah, no worries. I was like, yeah, Meek didn't say anything for a little bit. Let me check in on him. I don't want to exclude him from the conversation. Um, yeah, no. She just does that when she watches all. But yeah, like we're digging something from the show, and that's because you want to give us the darkness, give us the thing we're looking for, Shadow's house. Which, by the way, up until this episode, I didn't realize the show was called Shadow's House. I thought it was Shadow House, and until the title drop that we got this episode, um, which we got Shadow's House. I was like, okay, cool. Now I know. It is the Shadow's house. The house is not
There's
a shadow.
several. Yeah.
Speaking of the
Now go on. If you have more to say, go on.
Speaking of the Shadow House, scenery is really pretty in the show. Like I really like their mansion and this like post-industrial era like old building manor kind of style look that it has going on is like really dope.
Oh, it's a fucking crazy good-looking Gothic manor.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Damn near a castle on the outside, like you mentioned last time, and on the inside as well by this shot.
Yeah, and like the show's super fucking pretty. Like, oh boy, is it pretty.
Yeah,
Like
and
again, anime. What happened? Since when do you make legendary like your landscapes have become incredible? Anime.
oh yeah.
We fine art anime?
Oh, we fine art now. Also, the thrill to mention that the song about the servants is very upsetting.
Oh, I
I
was leading up
agree.
to that.
Yeah. I
I was hoping Meep would come back because I, I wanted to hit you guys with the whole like, so, what did you two think about the song
you
of? Hmm?
you you started you like stopped mid sentence. You was like, yeah, I hope he was coming back because I.
Oh, I think Discord cut me off. I said like I
Ah,
was hoping that Meep was would have come. I was trying to vamp for a little bit longer, maybe giving Meep a few more seconds, because I wanted to hit you two with. I'm like, so boys, um, how do you feel about the
I'm back.
song? Ah, perfect. Welcome back, Meep. So, how do you two? Perfect,
There we
literally
go.
perfect. There it is. So, how do you two boys feel about the song of Japanese work ethic and social values?
oh, yikes! That's more heavy than I thought it was.
It's a small world after all. We work to earn the right to work.
Yeah, fucking. It kind of is like an analogy for that, but it's also like the sadness of how excited they are to spend their entire
Mm-hmm.
lives cleaning day in and day out.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I was not prepared for that to get thrown at me. Jeez.
Am I wrong though?
No.
The smug isn't for what I made. The smug aren't even smug. They're just like, yep, that is exactly. The smug that weren't even meant to be smug was just me being like, yep, that is exactly what they were going for. Like that level of disconnect. Like that, I am 98% sure that that is exactly what we were supposed to react to it like. Like these children, because they're children, are like so happy to work and toil away to be the perfect little dolls for their masters.
Yeah, I don't like your fucking comment on it is more than anything I can add to it. Like, yeah, sheesh.
Yeah, Japan is like, listen, like last season, my favorite anime of the season, which is saying something because Horimiya was amazing too. But like the anime I was the most excited about couldn't finish because their animation studio drove their team to the point where their director and animation lead both were hospitalized. Like,
Yeah, Japan is fucked in their work ethic, and there needs to be change.
like there's virtue, and then there is not exuberance. Some similar word. Something extra to the point of exhaustion. But yeah, Meep, what do you think of the song?
Gotta work until you drop.
For those of you who don't get the reference, that is a cells at work reference.
I know, but okay. Are we ready to put up cards? We've been on this a while while Meep was.
One last thing before we hold up cards. Two things, both quick. One, Mia has a huge ass fucking forehead,
Yep.
but she's very pretty and I still
You
like her.
cut out for me. She has a huge ass. What? Or were you saying she has a huge ass?
No, she has a
Yes,
huge
but
ass
also
forehead.
Okay, because you cut out for me.
I mean, I don't know how old Mia is.
she's a doll. Probably like less than a year.
Man, you know they ain't fucking dolls. They're fucking people.
Actually,
I mean, Vivi is only 16 at this point.
Yes, kitty. Um, the other thing I was gonna mention. Oh yeah, go ahead, Meep.
No, I was just saying Kitty agrees with me because I made the joke saying, "Well, Vivi is only 16." In
We
Vivi.
heard, yeah, yeah. Also, I forgot to mention this in the first episode, so I want to mention this now. Or maybe I did forget, or maybe I did mention this and I forgot. But That Persona 5 ass moment in the ending with them running up the stairs mirrored to each other on the spiral staircase where everything is red and black.
You did not mention it in episode 1 because in episode 1 you said you didn't see the ending.
Okay. I think I didn't remember much of the ending, but yeah, no. Yeah, I remember thinking that in episode 1 too. Persona 5 as fuck. And no, chat, it's not just because anything with black and red it makes it Persona. No, like it legitimately has it doesn't have quite as much like lines and dynamic like forward momentum. That's the word I was looking for. Momentum, dynamic momentum before in whatever show I was talking about in Super Cup. Anyway, but like the way it's spiraling and their running animation and everything, you could play any Persona song to that and it'll probably work.
That's fair enough. I can't say I saw it as much, but you know.
I never saw it coming. Anyway, let's all up cards.
Sure, I'll start. Like I said with the my points of how I think it's delivering slowly on the actual sinister background of it all. I am having little hopes that it's actually going to be brought to fruition more than the petty squabbling between the shadows and each other's, and the drama between the dolls who have to act as their faces and then have to be confronted with each other and have to work together. I'm not too excited to see more, if I'm perfectly honest, even though there's a lot of intrigue. But at the same time, everything we talked about makes me want to see more in hopes of it going to be that. I was walking into this prepared to kill it, but I'm gonna fuck it.
It's interesting how a conversation can do that.
Yeah. You
Emilico was
reflect and
surprised at your
contemplate.
words.
Yeah, exactly. I saw that. It just fucking made me chuckle. Reflecting and contemplating on your thoughts and opinions really can have some change, which, yeah, made me change my outlook on this.
How about you, Meep?
I'm going to fuck this show. This show surprised me so much. I was not excited that this was on our list. I was ready for the only 3 things to survive this season being our three locks. Because I just remember looking at her like, man, when this first came out. But this show captivated me so much this episode, and at the end of last episode, it started to captivate me. I am genuinely surprised to see more, or not surprised, genuinely excited to see more. So I'm gonna fuck this episode.
Oh, speaking of, I did forget to mention one thing. This probably is a bad reference to pull on the show because it's very specific. But after Sarah and Mia, when they walked away, there was like this weird sound effect when Emilico and Kate got away from them that sounded like a save sound effect. Does that jog anyone's memory?
No, not in the slightest. That might have been outside of the show.
It's like she put her hands down and it just went like it's I don't know, whatever. It sounded like a save, so wanted to throw that out there. Anyway, yeah. Regarding
Yeah, I thought you were about to talk about beep beep
talk about what?
cars beep beep.
Beep beep. No, it just there was something there. I don't remember where it was. Oh well. Yeah. Again, there's this sense that things are darker than they seem, from the atmosphere to the settings. Uh, sorry, I just read chat. Dalron really wants this to be a survival horror game. I mean, I guess. I mean, we might just get that. We'll see. You gotta kill the shadows to survive. Anyway, and feast on their soot. Regardless, I'm still hoping that we'll be getting a payoff of the darker setting sooner than later, if at all. That being said, I'm still intrigued, especially now that we've seen, we've been shown how dolls are supposed to act, and hopefully you can hear the heavy quotation marks around it. Oh well, fuck. I'm gonna fuck this show. Emilico continues to be painfully adorable, and I want to see what else this show brings on stage, because less so than Mars Red, this show still treats things like a bit of a theatrical performance. The way they have everything dressed up, the way that people behave. So let's see how far this goes. I'm also gonna fuck this show because I want more out of it, and I'm willing to give it more of my time to get it, to see if I get it.
Yeah, big props to the workers at Cloverworks.
Yeah, this is also Cloverworks. Don't overwork this team, please.
Also, also don't also don't do what you did to Promise Neverland season 2, please. Alrighty. Next show, Seven Knights: The Revolution, Seven Knights Revolution, The Hero's Successor, episode 3. The kids now like Nemo, but Catboy is feeling a lot of weight on him, and in a battle where an hourglass is shattered, it gets worse. Nemo tells Joe that actually talking to people works. Who would have thunk? They save Catboy after he's possessed by darkness.
Kingdom Hearts. Also, I think he's a wolf boy?
His tail looks very...
Some sort of animal.
Some kind of fucking furry.
Wonder furries.
Goofy Man, I know you and me were feeling the weakest on this show. How are you feeling this week?
I mean, I'll be perfectly honest, sure. I mean, they warmed up to him, but that also feels jarring, and it just feels more the same of fucking. Oh, he has a dark power. Watch out! He might go crazy, even though he just has a grappling hook arm. And the power of friendship saves a guy. Really couldn't be saved by the normal standards of this universe.
I don't know, man. I like this episode way more because, like, at least the scene with what's his name, Gildon was like, you know, like at least we got a fucking like introspection, and like there was a whole bit about him, like where his like insecurity comes from, like personally, his internal anxiety hits a little too close to home for me. Like, you know, imposter syndrome and just like never being able to live up to your own impossible expectations. Is that you making the sound of him getting pulled out of the beast? Because that also made me uncomfortable.
No, that's the imposter theme.
Oh, okay.
God damn it.
Dun, dun, dun.
I can't believe Dal isn't going to kill a single show this season.
But yeah, I personally enjoyed this way more than episode 3. Even if fucking Demon Beast Boy turned into a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh monster when he went evil.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. I was like at the beginning, I was looking. I was being hopeful about this episode in the beginning as we got to know Gildan. I quite liked him. I liked the small fight we had with him. I thought that him actually fighting in his normal form looked probably the coolest out of all of them.
I don't know, it was kind of a tie between him and Dark Ruler Chris.
Yeah. I mean,
Dark Ruler Chris.
I mean, sure, but no, not in my opinion.
Such a stupid fucking name.
Yeah, but then, like, pretty much the only character I actually grew to like just being shafted, like, you Yu-Gi-Oh now, boy! It's just like, great.
And he really did look like a Yu-Gi-Oh monster.
Yeah, well, this boy had to be shafted just to make Nemo look better, is kind of how I feel like the show did, and I'm like, eh.
Bitch girl is still a bitch. Yay.
Wow. I don't know if it was like in the like show thing, but like after credits, it's like kind of forcing the romance between Faria and Nemo as well. It's just it feels so tropey and tried, and like I've seen before.
Well, he pushed her back, and she somehow fell on top of him, and now he's
Wow.
inside her.
This show's biggest crime is that it's boring. That's all I can really say about this
I,
episode.
I usually violently disagree when you just call a show boring me, because I feel like it doesn't give it as much like respect and everything, because calling a show boring and leaving it at that is really not explaining your feelings much. But on this one, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I don't know how much else I could explain it. Then it was just uninteresting to watch.
I mean, when I call a show boring, I generally explain why I think it's boring. It's just didn't enjoy my time with it. Like this one, I feel like it does. I don't think it does anything really. It does a lot of things. I don't think it does or presents them well. It has a lot of characters. I don't care about any of them. It has a lot of ideas that I would rather just go and download the mobile game.
When it comes to this, like, would I rather watch this show or spend 20 minutes staring into my ceiling? And I think I'd have as much fun, and I'd probably get some mental work on my own fucking sanity done staring into my ceiling.
The thing is with this show is that, unfortunately, it's failing to deliver any of the two things that could be really good, or three things that could be good. It's failing to deliver a really good, like, slice of life, school life kind of vibe. It's failing to deliver a sense of, like, overarching war, and I'll get to that in a moment. And even in terms of characters, it's failing to build up the narrative of them really well. It's doing the very common mistake of green unexperienced DMs, where, like, here's a character, now let me just tell you their entire backstory right away, instead of us having like 2 or 3 episodes of them just fighting together and, give and takes. We got Gildan's whole backstory this episode. We got Frost Boy Joe. We got Joe GEU or something, or JOU, whole like shtick last episode. And I get it, you're introducing your roster, but you haven't given us time to care about these characters. And, like, I personally relate to Beast Boy's personality, like personal anxieties. So, like, I kind of feel more for him now. I wasn't as, like, disinterested as I was in episode 2. But yeah, at the same time, it's not it's I like the show. I want to like it more. I want to like the show more, but it's not giving me enough to really do it.
Using your D&D DM analogy, it feels like if you're playing with a DM who has a lot of characters they thrust at you that they are really excited about, and they think they are so cool, and they want you to think they're cool as well with how powerful they are, but you as the player don't really share the same interest in them, and therefore you kind of just want to move on and don't bother so much with these NPCs that you have no interest in. But the DM can't notice that out of their own love for their characters, and keep trying to make the entire show about things, like an entire game about things it doesn't really have any point to be about.
Yeah, and unlike D&D, you can't you can't just tell the people making the show, "Hey, we don't like this." Like in D&D, you can, tell DM, "Hey, this isn't what we want. We're kind of looking for this experience," and you can adapt and, go around that as the DM. In this, it's a mobile game anime. That's the best way I can explain this. It's King's Raid. The way I've been saying this is it's King's Raid 2, except I actually think I liked King's Raid more.
You're crazy, man. This is better than King's Raid by far.
At least King's Raid gave me a good pair of tits to stare at.
Speaking of
I
tits.
mean,
Speaking of tits.
from
This is a perfect segue. Sorry, Makan. This is a perfect segue. So, that scene with the librarian priestess lady, right? When she shows up at night and puts her hand on our main boy Nemo's shoulder, and then it just cuts away and just shows their shadows on the ground. Yeah, I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going. I've seen this hentai, and she does it again with
Yeah.
Gildan.
Emo's stepmom looking pretty thick.
Like, it literally has her leaning in, I'd say less, like half a foot away from his face, and her pulling her hair behind her ear while tilting her head and lips toward him. Like, I've seen this hentai before.
I see. I mean, let's be perfectly honest about the fucking like alchemy or library woman or whatever. She's just there like, hey, I have big tits and I dress skimpily. Hello, look at me, fan service. Like, would the show be any different if she was just completely removed? No, it would not change a thing.
So I have not played.
I bet you.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I bet you she's the advisor. Like when you start up a mobile game, like you know how when you start up fucking Dokkan Battle, Trunks is your advisor. I bet you that's what her role is. She's the one that's like, "Hey, you're now in this wonderful world. Come spend money on this gotcha thing, and you'll get this character."
Either that or there's like a library function in the game where you have like things you have like
Archive.
yeah, like you have like an archive. You have like a thing where you can go and like combine stuff, seeing as they're like cards, research heroes, and AK level them up in the game or something. And she's there
Ah.
on the front, probably. I have no idea. This is me speculating. On the front with her big tits. I'm like, hello, spend money. You horny?
See, that's okay. I'm so glad you're both of you are also thinking about this because counterpoint, what especially to what Makan just said, I think she's the gotcha character. That when you go to do pulls, she's the one that goes ara ara. Well, look at this banner, and like, oh, look at the like. She's the one who's like, she's at the gotcha point where like you go to spend your crystals or money or real life money for pulls.
Fuel your while spending by your erection.
I'm glad that we each had a different take for her like role. For you, Meep, I think the advisor, if it's not the priestess lady, it would be Fyra.
Also, I don't know if we should be mentioning this, but Broken Taco, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs.
Ah, ah, ah! Thank you so much. Normally, we try not to mention. Uh, normally we try not to break into chat and bits and subs, but holy fucking shit, Broken Taco 69. Thank you so much for the not 5 but 6
6
tier
now.
1 subs to the community. Thank you.
Oh, Broken Taco, your name's gonna be Fix Taco soon because I'm gonna buy you a new taco.
Thick. It's a bit thick taco.
I didn't hear fixed. I heard fit taco, and I'm like, oh.
I heard thick, and that's more what I'm into.
Uh, let's stay back on
Earlier,
track. Let's focus on the show. Just about me, just about. I have two more things I want to bring up. One, thank you again, Broken Taco 69. Go check out their channel on YouTube. They also stream. Show some love. Much love to you. I will. We'll talk more on that. But two things. One, why the fuck are they so mad about croquettes?
Oh, sorry, can you say that again? I cut out a bit.
No worries. Why the fuck are they so mad about croquettes?
I don't get
I
it
think
either.
the joke is that I think the joke is that that's all she makes.
But they look really good.
Yeah, well, if Kraft Dinner looked really good and it was made for me every single day of the week, I'd get sick of it.
Yeah, by the sounds of it, they are really good from Nemo's reaction, but I mean, I think the other people have eaten them for like 3 years at this point.
I also think they were referencing on like how it puts you to sleep, so it's not good combat food because it's just deep fried bread and meat. But it's just like it's so mean. So I just
Dal.exe has crashed.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of love being shown in chat right now, and I really, 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 really appreciate it.
No,
Crazy amounts of
we are limited time though.
Okay,
so.
okay.
moving.
So, and then the other thing is just fucking Ellen. This episode is not a character. She's a joke, not joke, but like comic relief because the disciplinary squad girl turns around to her and it's like, Ellen, why didn't you stop her? And her response was like, oh, because we're just I just go with the flow. But in my head, it's like, Ellen, why didn't you stop her? Because I'm a bottom. And then in the
Yeah, I mean, if I'm perfectly honest, I think Ellen might be my favorite character. Just her, like, it is what it is nature.
I'm happy Ellen
Do we have
DeGeneres.
anything else to talk about in the show?
Yeah, one last point, but yeah, me.
I was going to make my jape. I was going to say, I'm happy Ellen DeGeneres found work after her talk show got canceled.
No. I mean, she does kind of have the same hair, but the personality and size is very different. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to bring up was fucking when Ellen when they went to save the town, and Ellen's like, "Oh, just stay up here healing. It seems pretty safe." And then the monster shot the laser. I thought Ellen was dead. I thought I was ready for her to get Exodia obliterated off the fucking screen.
Just pulverized.
Fair enough. Well, I am going to start. Nemo, I pull you behind a shed. I take out your knee. I pull out a Glock M9. Just put one in the back of your head and get it over with. That's a kill.
What about you, Mackin?
Well, I mean, well, I've been looking for Nemo for a while now. I walk behind the shed. Oh, what's this? You can't have the fun without me, and we start fucking JoJo stomping him.
Nemo,
Yeah.
Nemo, Nemo unlocked his full form, or at least more of it, and no one said anything.
He regressed back to being the half form again, and then went into the full form again.
Is that right?
Yeah, he went to the full form last episode.
Huh. Fucking weird. Okay, this may be starting to lose me. Pacing just isn't catching me, but I still enjoyed the fights. I thought they were really cool, and their displays of powers were really cool. I think the characters look really pretty, and there's just something about it that makes me want to come back for more. Fuck. I don't know. I of all the mobile game animes we've watched, this one catches me more than others.
But were the fights as good as Vivi versus Elizabeth?
No, that was on the level of that was on the level of like brawler versus boss, not boss, that you know who I mean, leader, senpai, sensei.
That's the kind of level of quality fight scene we don't see often, and if we saw that often, then they'd have to be even better to be special.
Yeah. I just wanted to show you what you were saying.
Nah, I know.
I'm poking fun of.
No, I knows what I'm about. Do you?
Oh yeah, you want to poke fun at
I know
stuff?
what I'm about. I like the big.
You want to poke fun at stuff? You complain that the pacing was too fast, jumping ahead 5 days, and the world ends with you, but 15 years is fine.
Well, it's because you go into it with the expectation that it's going to be 100-year journey because it's the 100-year journey, whereas fucking World Ends with You is 7 days, and we're already 5 days in episode 2.
All right, Meep. All right, Meep. Stop putting off your inevitable demise. Stop putting off the responsibility of your decisions.
Right.
I mean, I'm fully vindicated in my decision because Dragon died last week, but it's too sick to call this love. Episode 3.
Also known as Koi Kimo.
Yeah. Ichika and her friends study for a test, and Hentai Boy saw her and Rio hug and tells her that he is just messing with her, even though he has broken many laws. Ichika gets mad at Rio, gets sick, and apologizes to him. She passes her test with flying colors. Man, why can't Hentai Boy and Ichika be a couple? They have much better chemistry.
I don't want to call him Hentai Boy anymore. He
he has a face now.
he has a face now, first of all. Second of all, he's a good boy. He's a good boy.
Very good boy.
Yes, he said like I think he's just messing with you, and it's not sure if he's if he said that on purpose to kind of push her away from him, or if he genuinely thinks that he's not good for her, which he's fucking not.
I was going to say, good on him. He made a good choice.
I think it's a combination of him thinking that it's fucking weird that a 26-year-old is hanging around with like a 16-year-old. Also, the fact that I think he kind of has a slight crush on her with how much he was offering to lend her stuff and how much he seems to want to talk to her.
The funny thing is, like, I feel the show is shipping them more than the actual characters. Like,
the only way this show ends well is if fucking blonde boy gets arrested and Ichika gets together with this guy that I don't remember the name of.
I don't remember his name either. I'll look it up right now.
Fuck. No.
What?
No. No, it's fine. It's fine. Man, why can't this show be about those two? Because they're actually cute. They have chemistry.
Stop hitting your mic, Meek, please.
I have shared interests. What the fuck?
I'm hitting the bed next to my mic.
Oh, it sounds so bad.
Affecting the microphone is the problem, though.
Tamaru Kai.
Kai, what's his name?
Also, how dare this show have effective jokes? The fucking jab, 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 jab with the baseball.
That was funny.
Yeah, it's just like, fuck you, just fucking start smacking him in the shin with a fucking badminton racket. That's great.
No, listen, man. Comedy is the one thing this show actually fucking has going for it. Like, its comedic timing and its ability to execute humor is legitimately funny.
It also has, like, Ichika now. Oops, sorry.
No. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna have a quick stay. Like, calling the show. It's too sick to call this love. It's too sick to call this an actually good show.
I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, is this show able to get better? Like, can it?
No.
By Ryu getting arrested and him never showing up for all the episodes in the future, yes.
Okay, Neve, I shouted no for a joke, but I actually want to hear your thoughts because I have something to retort.
Hentai Boy and Ichiga are so well together, and it's not like their plotline is resolved. Ichiga and him are still presumably friends. And thinking about it, is this show gonna do something with that? I want to hope it will.
If fucking better.
And the jokes actually are effective sometimes. Ishika is a pleasant character, one of my favorites of this season. It's one of those things where I hate the show's premise because it's so bad, but it has legitimate things in it that I like, and I hate that I like things in the show. Why does the show have good parts about it when its premise is so toxic?
Because the main leads, the pursuer is toxic, all right? And to answer your question, what if this show gets better? That's my knee. Sorry, chat. I don't think it will, because this show likes to play the gags of Ryo being way over the top and way too into her, and Ichika just being like, no, you suck, you're disgusting, you're gross, and him getting off on that. So that's haha funny, I guess. Um, the okay, the show does nail humor. Like it does have really funny scenes, but the show continues to have Ichika progressively, slowly but surely coming around to Ryo's pursuits. Because
Yeah.
the show, which in my notes I'm like, no show, bad. No. She didn't do anything wrong. She told him that his approaches to her were inappropriate and that she doesn't even believe them to be real because it's making her miserable. And she's the one who has to be fucking apologizing because he specifically held out knowing that she's good natured and that she will feel bad if he tells her that it hurt her feelings. And her best friend, his sister, played into that shit just the same. Which, listen, I was going to give her a pass in the first two episodes that we watched because Rio is really hot. Uh, I got played by the good looking bias. But the shit that happened in this episode? Yemi, you were gonna say something?
No, that's just me who
I,
might yup to agree with you.
Yep.
I was just gonna say, I don't I don't think the ending of this episode was nearly as bad as the ending of episode 2 because it wasn't her actually playing into his toxicity. The worst thing, like, she apologized, sure, but that's just because that's a part of her being good natured. That's not her being groomed like episode 2 was.
Sure, but
Like,
everyone expected her to apologize. The show expected her to apologize when she did nothing wrong, and the
and I
show
relate to
expected her
that.
to. Mm-hmm.
And what she said is completely true because this guy is fucking messing with her for his personal enjoyment. And if she wasn't disgusted with him on his first advance, he would just have uh fucked this fucking teenager and then moved on with his life.
This
So yeah,
is
he is messing with her.
this is still using her good-natured her good-natured, considerate personality against her. He is, in fact, out of line. She didn't say anything wrong, and seeing him so heartbroken, yes, motherfucker, I'm sorry that a reality check for your humongous fucking ego hurts your little feelings.
Yeah.
And
I just
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I relate to that so much. Feeling that you have to apologize when you don't have to, feeling that you have to apologize even if the other person was wrong and you hurt their feelings. It's just, I actually relate to that. And God, why is Ichika such a good character? One of the main leads is dog shit, and the other is really good.
And
Why are
I
there things in the show that make me want to stay? Is this Stockholm syndrome?
I mean, you relate with Ichika. That's why like her fucking tendencies to be too nice than she needs to be. Like, yeah, you said you related to her trying having to like wanting to apologize even though she did nothing wrong, and I got just as fucking angry with her as I do with you when you do that, Meave. Because that made me really fucking upset that she entertains the idea of apologizing to this fucking stalker, this pedophile stalker. Because
Pedophile is not the right term, but yeah.
it's the right term. She's underage. He is well above over. Like, fucking. What term would you use if not pedophile?
There's another term, pedophile specifically is for children. There's another one for like young teenagers. But anyway, that's me just nitpicking semantics and terminologies.
Okay, well, okay, not pedophile then, but definitely a fucking predator.
Oh, 100%. That's the thing, Meep, is that fact
I'm
that this
just
show will continue having her play into his predatory tactics and have him win. You know how I know this? You know why I feel certain of this? Because in the fucking opening, as much as I genuinely love the opening and I'm mad about me loving the opening, he's shopping for like manga and video games for her. She's shopping for tie clips.
Yeah.
I never noticed that. But I will say, we all know that's where the show is going. There's no denying that, but it hasn't done anything yet to. I'll say it hasn't done. Rio is a terrible scum of a human being, but it's for me it hasn't done anything. What are the words I'm trying to say? It's not.
Irredeemable?
It's not like they've kissed yet, or it's not like they've like done anything beyond her. It's not like they've done anything beyond being in the same place as one another, and I
Allow
I
me to
still
allow me to take this away, Meep. You say this, but he has made her constantly have emotional stress in her personal life, in school, and now with this episode, we can add possessive asshole to the list of this dude's toxic traits. Not
Yep.
that I'm really all that surprised.
Rio is terrible. I just said that.
I know, but like dude, if you're bullying a teenager because you're feeling insecure and like territorial, which by the way, all right, douchebag, quote unquote alpha male feeling territorial around his partner, like go fuck yourself.
I
I
have. Yeah, go on, move on. I'll take my thing. I'll say my piece when you have said everything you want to say.
I was gonna say I think it's happened again. I last week I did it for partly irony, partly wanting to see the train wreck, but now there's genuine parts about
Fucking
this that I
hell, Meep.
like and genuine parts about this that I hate. Hold on. This is a bad show. Let me be clear. This is a bad show.
Where's
Don't watch
Kurosakura?
it. Rio is horrible. Doubt. Seriously, don't joke about that. Jeez. Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah. Like this. This is a bad show. Don't watch it. I know it's bad, but there are genuine parts about this that I like. And I hate that there are parts about this that I like. I like Ichika. I like the other boy that she's friends with. I want to see more of them. And I want to see more of them and I genuinely want to see how the boy reacts to Rio because he knows that he's horrible. He knows that he's
No.
horrible. I want to see how he reacts.
Why are you like this, Meep?
See,
So
I also like Wheels, and I also like that there would be the possibility that both these die.
Why are you like this, Meep?
it's my life.
But
So
you see, I can also continue this on my own time, and I don't want to put you two through this because I know you hate the show.
I have more things to say about the show, and then we can
do
go
I.
to cards.
So
Makan,
do I.
you go first because
No.
you want me to
Okay.
go?
I kind of wanted to round out this with my thoughts and opinions of what I fucking saw in this episode, but I
Alright.
can do that right now, and then you can add to that later if you want to.
Are you gonna talk about how actually toxic their family is? Both Rio and Rio?
I'm gonna talk about how this guy is a literal criminal.
Okay, I'm gonna talk about Rio then, and then you round out with that perfect,
Sure.
probably perfect take. I wanted to give Rio a better chance, but she is toxic just as much as her fucking brother. This family is sick, down to the abusive father. Oh no, my really good friend is making another, more healthy and genuine connection with a guy. That's not my brother. Rio, what the fuck? And then this 26 or 27-year-old man goes back and forth with his high school sister to find out what information he can about this guy, including interests, hobbies, where he lives, and what do people think about him in school. That's not funny. That's not funny. This is the hentai protagonist in NTR and rape shit that deserves to get fucking arrested at least. He intimidated a teenager. Just a dude hanging out. And even if Kai doesn't like Ichika, because I personally don't see a sexual attraction or a romantic attraction, I think they just, it's nice to know that Ichika can have a healthy relationship with a guy. I mean, who knows? Maybe this show will make the guy toxic too. Maybe this show is like all men are toxic and deserve love. Who the fuck knows with this shit? I hate it. Considerably the audio gag when Kai asked her if she was dating Rio was very good. Like the quality, it was a quality gag, and the use of the sound effect when she turned to stone was funny. But like, again, how many jokes do we need to find within this fucking toxicity for us to like be okay with finishing the episode? Also, the chibi scenes are cute, and I do like them. I thought they're funny. No amount of anime joke at really makes me feel like it's okay. And I hear where you're coming from. I do. I hear where you're coming from, but for me personally, the bad severely outweighs the good. This isn't a kilogram of feathers and a kilogram of steel. This is like 10 kilograms of steel and a kilogram of feathers.
So, are we ready to talk about how the previous two episodes has this guy being a bad person, and how this episode has me considering him a fucking criminal that should be put in jail completely and utterly and not a joke? He stalks several teenagers who are in school who have no fucking interaction with him. I believe stalking is a punishable criminal offense. I'm not too fucking sure, but it doesn't sound fucking okay. He constantly abuses his standing as an adult to this towards this non-adult woman to get her to do what he wants, threatening her with things he knows she would hate happen, and things that would put her social standing at disruptions, meaning he's blackmailing her into doing what he wants. He, while invited, enters her home when he knows he is not welcome there. And then, when she passes out sick and defenseless, he decides to start touching her while she is unconscious.
To refuse his advances.
Yes.
Sure, it's not like aggressive molestation.
It is not sexual molestation, but you are touching up this teenager while she is unconscious in the most defenseless state possible. How is that not the most criminal shit ever? And this is fucking disturbing to watch. I don't see myself being able to watch more of this. I feel disgusting giving this anime traction, giving this company who decided to make this the okay that, yes, we will watch this if you make this. I don't want to support this shit.
If it was just romance that wasn't reciprocated, if it was just, again, me, this isn't a personal attack. This show just, this guy's fucking awful. If
I
this
agree. Rio is the worst.
If
I never said that I like him.
I know. Just giving you another chance to reiterate that. If this show was just a romance, if this show was all comedy bullshit, it would have been trash. But there is some toxic garbage in this shit, and unfortunately, it is the main premise and focus of the show. Makan is getting like in our Thursday D&D games. Makan is saying everything I want to say with the rage that I want to say it with, so that I don't have to. Makan, I just want to say that I completely agree and share your vitriol for this character, and I will echo what I said in our last episode, whereas I do not like the playing into this yuppie. I'm a guy with a lot of money who's young and attractive, and I can do and have whatever and whoever I want attitude.
This conveys the message that if you're rich enough and you're pretty looking enough, you can date high schoolers. It's fine. It's okay. They'll like you eventually. Just keep being a fucking predator enough. Stalk them
Rio,
until they want you.
Rio is kind of like Donald Trump, not gonna lie. If we're ready
He's
for
fucking
cards,
worse.
Meep just pulled the rug, at least from under me, if not from under you.
I mean, everyone's giving Trump shit constantly. It's overplayed, and I mean, no, Ryu's worse, much worse.
Because he doesn't pay for sex? Anyway.
Oh no, he just does. Trump just doesn't assault fucking children.
Boom headshot at the beginning of the episode. Let's hold up cards.
I'm gonna kill this show still. Because
Really?
I don't. It's gonna get better. It's a bad show. It's a genuine bad show, and I feel like the conversations going forward are just going to be more of the same. And 3, it's not fair to put you through that I have this sick fascination of wanting to see more of Ichika and Hentai Boy.
No, well, hold on.
Because
I know what Makan. I completely understand where you're coming from, and I agree. Like genuinely, I do agree. Not to support this kind of message.
Me, I will tell you right now.
But it is a show.
Don't give a fuck about me or what Dalaran think about the show. Vote what you would vote. Like, this is a vote if you want to keep watching or not. If you want to keep watching the show, you fuck it. If you don't, you kill it.
Yeah, this is part of the show. Like, if you vote for something that we don't want to watch, we do have to watch it. If we actually had like a personal issue, like Gilly with Wonder Egg Priority last time, like if it was actually making us to the point where we're experiencing preoccupying, negative, like life disrupting thoughts, we would have said it.
I know how angry I sound about it, but this is a cathartic way of taking out my frustration on this fucking creep and whoever the fuck it thought it was okay to write this character. If I have to watch more of it, I have to watch more of it. It's just what it is. I signed up for this fully knowing this might be the case.
it's less that I want to watch more of the show. I want to see more of Ichika and the other boy, and there's genuine good comedy in this. Like the jabbing of the leg. There's genuine characters that I like Ichika and the boy. Like the boy, I want to believe that the boy recognized that Rio is fucking creepy and stalkerish and possessive. I want to I want that to be the case. But at the same time, I can't, in all good faith, give this the fuck. I entertained it for a bit during this conversation, but ultimately I came back to this. In all good faith, I can't give this the fuck.
Attaboy, me.
I might watch episode 4. I might, but considering that if it still stays with, if it doesn't even give me anything by probably 5 or 7 minutes in, I would stop. I can't in all good faith fuck the show again. I entertain the thought, but at the end of the day, I can't bring myself to. I can't fuck this dead sloth anymore.
Makan, what's your card?
Well, you see, I think the abbreviation of this anime's title is quite good. Because, I mean, watching it feels like I'm going through a Koi chemotherapy, so.
Wait, what?
Damn it, Miko.
Was that a leukemia joke? What?
It's
Chemo.
a
The
Koi
fucking.
chemo. Oh.
It feels like I'm going through fucking cancer treatment while watching the show, and hey, if I'm not gonna make it, I'm gonna kill the show with me.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, fuck the show. Nope, 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 nope. This show. I'm gonna fuck this show. No, nope, nope. This show still does the shit I hated last week. Got a few laughs out of me. I'll give it that. The chibis are really cute. Again, comedic timing, solid. But the behavior of both Rio and Rio is toxic, and the show continues to play it off as if it's good and there's nothing wrong with what they're doing. Intimidating a teenager, asking for information, and researching a person you feel is a threat are both unhealthy expressions of affection. It's more obsessive and possessive than anything else, dude. And the show continues to have her come around to it. Kill, 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 knife. Fuck this show. Fuck the people who wrote this show. Fuck the people who think this is the way that romance should be done.
From what I hear, the other romance we have this season about an older businessman with a younger high school girl. From what I hear, that one handles its subject matter with at least tact, because the guy isn't a groomer. The guy legitimately doesn't have any emotional feelings for her, and he rejects all her sexual advances. That one I'd actually be a semi interested in looking into, as long as it doesn't become predatory or gross. This one, though, this one is predatory and gross from its premise. It has legitimate good aspects of it. Ichika is a character that I like and identify with, aside from having someone older being a predator towards me. I I like the other boy that she's getting to know. I like the comedy in this show. But at the same time, I don't see it getting better.
I mean, dude, you can continue watching it and telling us how it is. I wish the show wasn't what it was, because I think the writers for the show really understand, like, comedic timing. But fuck this. Fuck this.
I okay, I do want to say, if when we mention the writers for the show, you mean the mangaka, right? Because these are based on original properties. So I when we say the writers of the show, it's 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 more they're adapting from the manga.
Well, I mean, maybe the comedy writing in the manga, but there's also it takes skill to translate manga comedy into anime to convey the joke to carry it.
Yeah, I'm more meaning when you say like the writer when you because you mentioned the writers earlier too, except it was more in a more negative way. So I just wanted to just ask because
All right, so I'll put it this way: the writer of the manga, if this is their idea of a romantic relationship, of an interesting that's how it should be. If they support this kind of relationship and how it developed, seek help. If you're a dude, not okay. If you're female and this is how you want to be pursued, uh, maybe a little bit of introspection as to why you think this kind of approach to affection and romance is what you feel is right. As far as the comedy writers in the anime, I think y'all are doing great. Sorry you guys had to work on this project that might be a smear for people who feel as strongly about this show as we do. And for those of you who enjoy this show, we're sorry that we're taking this so seriously. If you're going to be like, it's just a comedy anime, don't take it so seriously. The issues displayed here happen in real life. And if we continue playing it up as if it wasn't that, then, no bueno.
I feel we shouldn't give the show any more time. Are we ready to move on to Full Dive episode 2?
Just to add this, I mean, yeah, if you just focus on the comedy, sure. But I'm pretty sure pedophilia and rape jokes stopped being funny in early 2000s.
Full Dive episode 2. In this, Hero learns he can't resist or refund the game, so he goes and buys a cloak while his childhood friend tries to kill him. He logs back in to find an older player from the game who explains to him how he also killed his friends and how someone beat the game. He then rats Hero out.
So, immediately, why didn't he just throw the game in the trash?
Spent a lot of money on it, wants to at least get his mileage out of it.
He's not getting any mileage out of this. This has just been a horrible experience from start to end.
It really fucking has.
Why have it, like, fucking, if you want some mileage out of it, take it outside and see how far you can fucking punt it.
It's why most people still it's why most people that do still play Fallout 76. They want to feel like their money is vindicated.
Every once in a while, that notion creeps up on the edge of my psyche, and I push it back down.
Quick note for anyone who still plays Fallout 76 to validate your purchase. It will never be validated. You wasted that money. Shit game.
Thanks. At least I got a cool plastic helmet and two shitty bags.
Yeah, you got a cool plastic helmet that grows mold for you that can fucking kill you.
Is that what happens?
Yeah, a lot of them had mold and they had to be recalled.
Holy fucking shit, Bethesda. How do you go from one of the best companies to one of the fucking worst? Anyway, Amine, look at this gorgeous fucking fabric seller, man.
So, I remember I was the heathen last week that really liked this. I still liked this episode, but it wasn't as much. I still got some kicks out of this episode. I still got some laughs out of this episode. I still like the store owner. And I still do like Hero, and I'm happy that they're not really playing into the Sword Art Online trope with his sister. His sister just is genuinely annoyed that he was being loud. I actually like that scene because it is like, huh, so he is making noise on the outside world. Fucking that'd be concerning to hear. Sounds like your brother's getting murdered in his room.
I mean, you say that she was only there because she was being loud. Am I the only one who got the fucking heavy tsundere connotations under that?
Yep.
I'm not worried because I like you, huh?
Also, she is shown as one of the waifus.
She?
Yep. Big titty fairy girl. Blonde haired, yandere childhood best friend game girl, Alice. Redhead, totally not Mirren. What's her name, Mirren? Whatever. Totally not the pink haired girl from Slime Reincarnation. And his sister.
I'm not there yet.
Mirim.
Oh, Jesus.
She's shown as a waifu.
I don't.
I didn't even realize that.
I'll double check right now just to make sure I'm not full of shit.
Yeah, because I only remember it showing the four girls: the childhood friend, the hair woman, the big titty girl, the redhead. Then there was, I want to say there was a blue haired girl.
Nope, that's the sister. And I reiterate, Sword Art Online did it, so I guess we'll do it too. That being said, in the ending, she is definitely portrayed the least sexual and the least waifu-esque. The show's trash. It's not garbage, but the show is trash. Let's not pretend it's not.
Oh, it is garbage. It's a piece of shit. I hate it.
Ooh, this one's rough for you because we go from Koikimo into Full Dive, two shows that the two shows that you hate.
Oh, I get to just unleash my fucking rage. It's a cathartic moment. This fucking show continues on with this whiny fucking protagonist, which I get it, but at the same time, it's not fun to fucking watch him whine around like a stupid fucking idiot that can't figure out that this realistic game that he's fucking figured out this realistic works in a very realistic way. Like the fucking healing herb is like, yeah, sure, but like you tried it once, it didn't work. Why do you try it 580 more times after that?
I
It's like,
I found that scene funny.
I found that scene
I
fucking
did too.
obnoxious.
He keeps clicking it frustratedly.
His commentary on trying to coax into work was slightly amusing, mostly by the tone in his voice.
Yeah, I think the before we continue shitting on the show, I think the how do I put this? The vocal performance in the show is good, especially like the scenes with Alice. Like it's a comedy. It's a meta comedy. It's like he straight up calls her a yandere. But people I think the delivery, line delivery, and vocal performances are very good in the show.
Yep, no, voices are fantastic. Can't judge that. Um, I do like the character designs of most of them as well, though. That they look good. With
They
the
do look
wife, of the wife was in the opening, like red-haired girl sends me. Like I said,
good.
I'm excited to see red haired girl.
I really don't know what she's gonna add. Riona is design wise. Goddamn, her back must hurt in the best of ways.
I think the
like
red
yours.
haired girl is gonna be. I think I think the red
That's
haired
a
girl is
low
gonna be.
fucking. Sorry, Meep. That's a low fucking blow, McCon. Fuck you.
Good for the shins.
I think the red haired girl is gonna be the spunky, like, at least from what we've seen of her in the ending. I think she's gonna be like the spunky one that adds a lot more energy to the party.
I think she's the one who's going to be far more sexual than everyone else, including Greona.
No, no, that's Riona. I don't. We already have Riona.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with Dal. I feel like she's gonna be very sexual. Rihanna's the store shop lady, right?
Yeah.
She's not sexual. She is has a lot of sex appeal and definitely uses that to manipulate people. But she is not.
Damn right
She's
she
not.
fucking does.
Yeah, but she is not sexual.
I can't wait for the way she convinces Hero to beat the game to be, hey, if you beat the game, I'll go on a date with you.
Hey, if you beat the game, I'll give you a tornado blowjob.
Which, hey, for a girl like that, who wouldn't? Am I right?
I mean,
I wouldn't play this piece of shit game for there. Fuck you. I don't care how hot you are.
You underestimate my horniness.
putty putty. Let's look at my notes.
Oh,
I feel like there's not much to say about this episode other than the guy at the end. He's an asshole.
Yeah, shall we talk about? Hold on. Before we switch to the guy, because I feel like that's that's the end of the conversation there. Um. So yeah, the game doesn't get to reset. He's stuck with it. How the fuck are they going to make? Oh, are they gonna like erase her memories? Is that how they're gonna make Alice stop being crazy about him?
I doubt it. I doubt she's gonna stop being crazy because in the opening, whenever her voice is in the opening, she is still crazy. So I think that it's just gonna be the constant thing of her being fucking insane. Either her finding some sort of middle ground where she's like goes from like, yeah, I'll kill you and then kill myself instead, and then goes like, yeah, well, we used to fuck like rabbits. We can make a new Martin.
Oh my god.
That's the only thing I can fucking guess, which makes her a horny bitch that fits into the harem archetype.
I the the one thing I can see is that it becomes a constant gag that she pretends like she's forgiven him, joins him on the journey, and tries to find like Tom and Jerry-esque ways to kill him.
Fuck,
I'm
I
not
kind
gonna
of want
lie.
to see that.
I was gonna say I'd be down for that. Like we just pan over to him in this piano shop. You see her pulling up a piano with a rope.
She does have an abnormally high agility stat.
Get out of my piano store. Um, um, but yeah, just fucking Looney Tunes animated. Yeah, I'll be down for that. That sounds interesting, but I doubt it's gonna be that. I feel like she's gonna rush at him with a fucking knife every single time, and it's never gonna change.
Hmm, you can. It is always possible, but hey, I won't disparage you for not liking the show. This show is garbage, but I like it.
Oh, it's a steaming pile of garbage. Like, you walk by like 10 blocks away and you almost vomit by the sheer smell of it.
Man, I'm sorry, Makan. You still feel way stronger about the show than I do.
Oh, yeah, I fucking despise this piece of shit.
God damn, man. Oof. I mean, I don't really have a lot to say about this show too, except I'll get to it at the end. We can talk about Scumbag McGee, like the worst version of fucking. Oh no, what was his name? Is it Naoto?
I
The
I
good boy
do
from Steins Gate.
Don't know.
Satoru? No.
Satoru sounds right.
Satoru Gojo. I will say I did laugh when he was like, you know, when you load up a shooter and you just want to see what happens when you shoot an NPC. I remembered back to my days of playing Call of Duty and just being in the special going, I wonder what happens if I do this. Bang. Friendly fire will not be tolerated. Huh.
Yeah. I just have a particular.
Itaru.
Okay.
Itaru Hashida.
I'll go into more about why I actually dislike the show instead of just being like I fucking hate it. Even though it's hard to justify it, I have a deep dislike for the yandere archetype. I hate when it's just like female character, they're sexy, they keep manipulating the main character because he's horny,
Yep.
flawlessly, and then we have fucking horny teenager idiot that is too full of himself but is a pathetic little fucking loser. It's three character archetypes that I fucking despise, and it's just like, hey, these are your main characters.
Yeah, I get why you don't like them. And I okay, with those character archetypes, I'm weird because there have been shows in the past seasons I've had those character archetypes that I did not like those characters for those reasons, but it's also because I hold different shows to different standards. For what's a good example of one of the shows? Let me let me look through because I think we had one in the winter season.
Well, your whole show's a different standard. This is supposed to be a comedy first and foremost. So I hold a comedy to a standard if it's alright if it makes me laugh. This does not make me laugh.
Uh I'll use a hypothetical example because I'm not seeing one that had me feeling that way in winter. But let me use a hypothetical example. If there was a character like Riona in Jujutsu Kaisen, I would hate them there because they don't fit that show, and the show is better than that. For this show, I know this show is garbage. I like Killing Bites. I know it's garbage, but I know that, and its comedy works for me, so I
See,
can
that's the thing.
forgive it.
Killing Bites isn't garbage. It is trash. It is pure trash. It is delicious. Just doesn't take itself seriously at all. Fucking trash.
Oh, that's what I mean when I say garbage, because
Yeah.
that's
Garbage is
when I
actually bad. Like, trash is
well,
intentionally bad, garbage is actually bad.
I I've always heard it. I've always heard it the other way around, that the garbage is intentionally bad and the trash is actually bad.
No, in, like, film terms, trash is an actual genre.
I guess this is trash because I really enjoy the show. Its comedy works. I actually don't hate the main character. I like the main character a bit, and I do like Riona. I know her one thing is that, oh, she's sexy, manipulates them, but it I don't I don't hate her. I like how smug she is. I like how snide she is. I like how proud of herself she is, because she's so full of herself. Like, yeah,
She's
no, really, really in depth NPC, huh?
she's really, she has to be like the game dev of this game or something. She
Yeah,
she's so stupidly hot. I'm so mad at how they whatever, man. I do an anime podcast. If any of you are surprised that I enjoy anime titties, then
I mean,
you haven't been
we
paying
all do
attention enough.
we all do to some extent here. I I see how I could like the main character, but he is way too fucking much of a weenie to be enjoyable. He needs to get some redeeming qualities about himself to be fun to watch. Riona, she's hot. That's the only thing she has going for me. Because she definitely doesn't like Hero. It is just manipulating him into a sale, and
Yep,
if she's the game developer of this game, it's to get someone onto playing her dead ass game.
yep.
I know. And honestly, I like I said, I like how smug she is, and I like how proud of herself she is. Like, it's just, and she wants people to experience this thing she made, and she goes to such lengths to do it. I don't know. I just find there's some comedy in that for me, and like whenever she's being so full of herself or talking like, yeah, no, this is such a great game, and like talking about all these great mechanics as they're actively fucking over the main character. I find that funny.
All right, fair enough.
I could be okay with her smugness. I would find that really enjoyable if their character's personality were okay. Apart from that, but we have only so far seen manipulative and well, I mean, it's kind of the same thing, kind of predator, kind of preying on high school boys.
I mean, I guess we don't know her age, but
Adult, and Hero is not adult.
I feel like she might be like 19 or something. I've seen anime girls drawn younger and more gifted.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? You never fucking know with anime because like they draw like 14-year-olds like 18-year-olds, and they draw like 40-year-olds like 22-year-olds. So like,
Uh, okay, without any solid context, I'm going off context clues. She owns her own store, which she runs on her own, and she seems to be the sole owner of. I'd at least put her at 25.
yeah, I was gonna put her at like 22, 24.
You can do some crazy things by the age of 19. I don't
But
know.
yeah,
We'd have to wait for a solid answer, but at the least, hey, at least unlike Rio, it's not for something sexual. It's manipulative, but
I'd
it's not
rather
like
her
they're
want to
pushing.
fuck the kid. It'd be less mean spirited if that was the case.
Oof.
It'd also be criminal.
Yeah, but like that's the stupid fucking anime shit they expect. Like what, Hero's like what, 18 or some shit, 17?
I'm not gonna change my opinion on it just because she's hot and it's a boy. It's still the same thing.
Yeah, no, no. Yeah, and in case anyone goes like, "Oh, okay, I see you have a problem with that in in Koikimo, but not in this show. Why? Because she's a hot titty lady? Like, no, it's because here it's not. The show doesn't take this relationship seriously. It's not a romance fucking anime. It's not. Their relationship is not the point.
Also, she doesn't want to fuck the kid.
She doesn't want to fuck the kid. She said she's
Yeah, no, he
like
wants to
she's
steal his money and then force him to play this game, which is
yep, just like
both
the fucking
physically,
bullies.
yeah, which is both physically and mentally torturing him.
Yeah, I'm taking this show a lot less seriously than Koikimo. Like, yeah, it's whatever. Premise is interesting in theory, but in application, it's starting to lose me. Um, I keep waiting for us to get back to it, so I'm just gonna get to it myself. My main issue with this fucking show is just how mean spirited it is. Like the fucking what's his name, Genji? Like what the fuck did he contribute to the story other than booze tastes like cola and that fucking he didn't say shit even in terms of the someone beat the game.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think his purpose was to give Hero that inspiration that, oh, you can beat this game, and also drive that there's going to be some more conflict at the start of next episode.
And then
Right,
he's either
sure.
seeing people or he's seeing the ghosts of the NPCs that he's killed. Because he killed his best friendo and his childhood friendo. So maybe the ghosts of them will haunt him. But, like,
Oh,
who the fuck gives a shit? Like, this is giving me nothing to care about. And, ah. It's so. All of that is fine. Like, the comedy lands here and there. I like the animation, I like the set pieces. The luxurious swindler of a shopkeep who like looks up at him glittering in the eye being 25 gold instead of 15 because he's a criminal. It's like, I am a businessman, I won't sell out my customers. And he's like, oh, thank you so much, man, I really appreciate. Looks up, glitter, 25 gold, I will extort you though. That's funny. Alice, the shtick will get really old really fast, but the whole like, what the fuck is he under it? Funny. Clicking the herb and the wordplay that he did there, funny. It's just, I don't know. Are you ready for cards?
I am.
I will say, like, yeah, I agree with the thing with Kinji because, like, he has no reason to be in the fucking show. All the information he told Hero was something that Riona could have told Hero, and the start of the conflict that could just been him like, going into a bar for some other reason, and then someone like, hey, it's him, I noticed him, and then just like he's found out anyway. But I'm ready.
I'll go first. I like this show. I hope it does a bit more for me next episode, but as of now, I enjoyed it. I want to at least stick on the show until we get the red-haired girl cuz her design's been fascinating to me. I genuinely like looking at her purely based off her design and how she's acting in the ending. I think she's going to add a lot of fun energy to the show. I want to stick around at least until she comes in. But yeah, I am excited to watch episode 3.
So
That is a fuck, yes.
that is the fuck. I'm just I said everything I had to say about this show. Like everyone is so fucking mean to this kid. Even his friend who does care about him and is giving advice is way too harsh. His sister's fucking rude and a bitch to him. The big titty hot lady is just manipulating him, and I like that she came and helped him out when by punching Alice in the face like an invisible fairy. That was funny. The again, this show is it's a comedy, so I'm taking it a lot less seriously. But like even hold on, like Genji, we get it, he's a scumbag, but like everyone is mean to this kid. Why? What did he do? It just makes me feel bad and I don't want to feel bad for this show because I don't care. So now I'm just feeling bad to feel bad. and caring about things I don't actually care about. Knife.
This is a comedy show that has not gotten a single F out of me in any part of it, and has gotten me to go pausing it and just kind of face palming for a while before looking at the timer and seeing just how much I need to suffer through to be done with it. Like the most I got out of this show was like the clicking on the herb and the merchant, which I forgot because it's such a small part of the torment of this fucking shit show. They gave me a small little smile, but I wouldn't call it enough to be good because it's like, well, at least there is something that can keep this not entirely garbage. But the tired tropes, the annoying main character, but annoying as is, I don't want to see him get bullied by everyone he meets, the world he is in, and the world he escapes to. This boy is fucking troubled as it is, and he uses video games in his escape. I know that because I've been this fucking boy when I was younger.
Also, why are they shitting on him so much about video games? Like,
Uh,
he walks away and he's like, I'm just trying to fucking relax, guys. What the shit? I'm like,
cause, it's fucking Japan. It's like video game bad. Work fucking 22-hour jobs every day. Yeah,
man,
no,
you make video game.
yeah, fucking, I hate this show with a fucking passion knife.
And with that, I believe that was one fuck and two knives. Yeah, me?
Yep, that is one fuck and two kills. And
We
with that,
really quick,
chemo.
really quick, really quick. We did not talk about the opening. Do we want to talk about the opening in like a minute or two?
Sure, I don't remember much from the opening though.
Oh, you sound a little echoey. Can you move a little closer to your computer?
I I said sure, but I don't remember much from the opening.
Oh.
Hmm?
I heard what you said, but it also was accompanied by a lot of bad sounds. That did, to quote Connor McKinley, that did wonders for my hangover. Except it's not a hangover; it's a post-fever headache.
And I was loud as fuck.
Ah.
I have something to say about the opening. Sure, it was the best part about the show because it had some fucking banger, fucking rock or butt rock. I don't really quite know, but it was decent to listen to, and I felt quite okay with it. The cinematography and everything was quite good. Uh, it holds promise that the main character might not always be as useless of a piece of shit he is right now, but I don't know. I've been deceived before.
I thought it was pretty cool. It was pretty. It was pretty and well animated. Like you can't deny that it was pleasant. Though I laugh at how 50% of our female lead's character is her chest. Like, let's be honest, she's hot, but she's 50% of her is just titty, both body mass and personality. Massive boobies. Song was pretty cool too, though. I agree with Makan. Trying to go for that whole like distorted J rock vibe. Yeah, I'm down.
I mean, the Rona is just fucking 50% tits, 50%, 25% gushing over the game, 25% psychological manipulation.
I do like her getting excited about the game, but we've talked enough about this show. Meep, I want to hear you say it.
It's too sick to call this love. Die.
Woo! No, good fucking riddance, man. Sorry, Meep. I know you were trying. to go for
What do you
something
say?
with it.
Sorry, he said kill to, which means he doesn't want to watch more. Really?
Well, no, I think he killed it out of like Meep. Like you killed it. Like Meep, you're gonna continue watching it, right?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if I'm going to continue it yet. I may or may not. It really depends on one, how bored I am, and two, how much free time I have.
Fair enough. I think we've reached a long stream today, boys. So I think we're gonna be wrapping up here.
Way longer than I was prepared to do.
Apologies, my friend. We're figuring out how to discuss things with each other because I noticed that multiple times we got excited and kept talking about something where we could have like summarized and limited our words. But Makan, glad you're here with us. This has been fun.
Might have been up to fucking 12:30 on a fucking Wednesday, but I had fun.
Meep, bless you. Meep, I'm glad Koi Kimo's dead.
Thank you.
And my koi chemotherapy is over.
Oh, thank God this show's fucking dead. I will take this moment to shout out some generosity from Broken Taco 69. What a name, but thanks, bud. Thank you so much for the 7 subs, collective subs, gifted to the community and the bits. Homie, thank you so much. You guys should check out Broken Taco 69 on Twitch. Give him a little view. See if give him a little follow. And as for myself, I have been Dalaron Quest over at twitch.tv DALARON Quest. Catch us next week when we return to our regularly scheduled broadcasting.
Bye bye.